I listened to a good chunk of it earlier today. Some of the last little bit once you got to Orwin is a little fuzzy, but only just little bitty details. So,
We had only just
uh,
barely gotten there, so there's not a lot to that, I don't think.
yeah, yeah. Uh, there's there's some stuff that has happened off screen that gets to get caught up now.
Oh, joy.
Um,
The stuff that Paul did not pick up before. Oh, why is Lance calling me?
uh,
I'll be right back.
all right, I'll do a recap in just a sec once he has returned. Um, yes. Okay.
Yeah. No, definitely not me.
How are you guys doing? While we're waiting for him to come back.
Yeah, not too bad. Tired. I'm beat today. So I started back to working out again, which is nice. So, um, but today, like I'm like yesterday, I did like a full body circuit, and so the first full body circuit I've done in 2 years, year and a half. And so, like today, I knew I was going to be sore, and then I mowed my lawn, which has been insane. So, I mowed it like 3 weeks ago, and then we've had nonstop rain every evening and all weekend long. Our grass has grown like I kid you not. There are plants in my backyard that are as tall as I am.
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
Like chest high.
they're huge.
But
They're huge.
yeah.
And the grass is like up to my knees. And so, yeah, it grew like that. It grew like this quick. Like I literally
Jeez.
blinked, and I'm like, "What?"
Well, because like it rained every evening, so during the day it would be sunny, and then but every night for like 3 weeks it's rained.
Yeah. So
Wow.
the grass is getting all this moisture, and then all of a sudden it's like all this sun, and they're like, "Yeah." And so, yeah. So I literally have been I mowed from like 10 a.m. to 4 in the afternoon, and
Jeez.
and I got and I got half of my backyard done.
Wow.
Like, yeah,
Oh my goodness.
I've got the other half of the backyard to finish. So yeah, it was nuts.
My word. Oh. Well, if you pass out on us, we'll know we're done for the night.
Yeah. So yeah. So luckily
Goodness.
Reagan rubbed me down with lotion because you can't really see it on the camera, but I'm all sunburnt and yeah, I'm beat. I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight. I can tell you guys that.
Good. It sounds like you need it.
I
And also,
definitely needed.
congratulations on getting back to the gym and whatnot. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, needed that too. So yeah, and then what Tuesday we got our appointment for finding out the gender of the baby.
I'm so
So
excited.
I'll
we'll
have to
we'll
trim
post
some
something
stuff
in
off the
the
video.
right, we'll post something in the group chat when we know.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
so
I'm excited. Oh, congratulations. I mean, I've already told you that like 52,000
we'll
times, but
sure, but we'll take it at all the times we can get. So yeah, and so now I guess it's now we're at a point where we're just kind of slowly starting to get things prepared. So
very cool.
get a
Very
nursery
cool.
built and yeah, go from there.
Good luck. I don't know if you can hear my daughter screeching in the background.
Yeah.
We actually can't, no.
That's good.
Well, I'm hoping that we'll be able to get the baby in a quick pattern. So the goal is that we start it as early as we can. So you know,
We'll see.
Good luck.
I know how to I know how to soundproof a room. So if it gets too bad, I'll just soundproof the room so we don't have to hear it.
Uh,
There are worse options.
Hey, some people say it's good to just let a baby cry it out.
Mhm.
I mean, at some point, I feel like you kind of have to,
Yeah.
but you know, you can't do the every beck and call sort of a thing all the time. That's not healthy. So,
Yeah.
but I think you guys are going to be awesome parents. And also, this is the first time Steven's hearing of this because, like,
Mhm.
I didn't want to actually say anything to anybody. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah, sorry, Steve. We haven't made a public announcement about it. Yeah,
You're
for
fine.
sure.
Yeah.
We're having a baby.
I figured it out.
Yeah, we haven't made any like Facebook posts or anything like that. We told like just family and like only
Just
very
family
few
and close friends. Yeah.
Makes me feel special. Yay.
So,
But I mean, I figure we've waited this long. We're supposed to find out what it is on Tuesday, so probably after Tuesday.
Yeah, might as well just do it all at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should build the baby a character sheet and post the character sheet.
There's only a small group of our friends that would get it.
I don't
though.
care. I don't care how many friends are going to get it. The friends that know me will get it, and the friends that don't get it aren't really my friends.
Yeah.
They're
So
more your friends.
there. You'll have two separate like announcements, one for Reagan's friends and one for Jason's. This is fine. This is fine. All the martial arts people will just be like, "This is
Huh?
him being a nerd, right?"
Yes. Oh, this is one of those hurt things Jason does. Okay.
I get it. I get it. They'll not have any context, but they can probably at least piece it together.
Piece it together. Yeah.
So,
All
and
right.
definitely the baby's going to be a barbarian. Let's be fair.
Yeah. Tiny baby barbarian. I love it. He'll look a little like Paul.
Ball baby and baby Baldwin.
Barely baby Bola.
I love it. I love it. Oh, well, okay. I will do a little quick recappy thing and go from there. So, as you guys remember things, if you want to stop me and fill in any blanks, go for it. You guys met a lawman who started asking a lot of annoying questions. Hired a effectively Santa sleigh of bumblefuzzes to take you from your little country community out and at the port and get you across the country to Song. Along the way, a multitude of bizarre little things happened. One of which included Paul dancing with his butt, and it was amazing. And then
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
yeah, Speak with Animals with Bumblefuzzes and Paul is a great, great combo. Paul also fed. Why did I just say, like, in my brain it said whimsy? That's not right. Wimbley. Fed Wimbley a bunch of bacon and gave the horse the most tragic runs.
Quimby.
Quimby. Why did I?
Q. Yeah.
Yeah, gave him a serious case of the runs and a druid who sneezed too hard and got stuck. A little girl who hasn't quite figured out how to wild shape well yet. Sneezed herself into a giant locust and crash landed on the ship. That was a thing. Thea helped out a good bit and was very protective of her. And we might hit on that just a little bit too here shortly. Let's see. Did anything else happen on the way that was super important? Our lawman definitely figured out that he should not be asking Paul questions for a multitude of reasons. Not the least of which was that Paul did not like being asked the questions. But also, Paul can't math and has an interesting perception of the world around him. Let's see. I think that was maybe all that happened on the trip that was especially interesting. And then upon getting to Song, you see, well, you understand why Song is called that, as the wind over the dunes makes a very specific sound that kind of sounds like harmonizing, almost the kind of sound of blowing into a bottle, but in really, really rich, dense harmonies. And Paul, I believe, wins a bar fight.
Against orc.
Yeah, I guess against
Half-orc, yeah.
a half-orc barbarian lady, who is then incredibly interested in him. And you guys go off and have a very enjoyable evening of it.
Paul's good at
And
making friends.
yep. And let's see. Oh, you guys meet Scylla, who is Eden's recent significant other. I don't think you guys get to talk very much before the evening is out and people go their separate ways, but you're introduced. You see the weird sand cycle things that are like big discs that have big kind of tank treads on them. So almost an enclosed version of a tank track motorcycle, I guess you could say, that she rode into town on. So you see those, and let's see. Eden gets everybody rooms. Well, everybody that wants them rooms at the nicer place, and ends up there are some interesting occurrences that happen overnight while you guys are resting. So first off, Thea, you have a dream before Eden comes and knocks on your door abruptly in the middle of the night. And in that dream, you see the little girl kind of happily playing and things like that. You see a very, very vivid image of her father, and it's almost like everything is sort of fast forwarded for you. And it's this playing out of her disappearance and his concern, and then her reappearance and their reunion. And that part is sped up, but behind it you see a man sitting on a bench that you don't really readily recognize. And he seems to be perceiving things the same way at the same pace you are, and casually looks over to you and gives you a nod. He's a kind of tallish man, not bad looking, with salt and pepper hair, kind of brushed to one side and a little bit of a wave, with a well trimmed goatee. He just observes you and gives you a nod and looks to the girl and smiles and looks back at you. And for right now, that's all there is. You are interrupted as he opens his mouth to speak by a knocking at your door.
You said I do recognize him, or
You do not.
I do
This
not.
is the first time you've seen him.
Keith might though.
Keith might or Teffin might?
Keith
Keith.
might.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, Teffin wouldn't. So, you are greeted by Eden, who asks you to help out Scylla, brings Scylla back over for you to do your juju and figure out how to fix her, and you managed to do that pretty well. So, before we fast forward to you guys meeting up before the rest of everybody meets up the next morning, Teffin, what's
Yes?
going on with you this morning? Like it's a little bit early in the morning. You end up getting a message over your message communication jewelry that I believe says that you'll meet a little bit later than expected, but Eden has gotten a guide for you. So you have a little bit of time. Is there anything specific that you would like to do with that time once you are done getting ready?
Well, I need to finish up the treads for the cart
Okay,
for my wagon, so I'll probably be working on that.
good deal. And I've been having you roll for that, right? Like a
Yeah, I don't remember what though.
I think you finished it on the ship.
Did I?
Yeah, I think it was done. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you did that in preparation on the ship, and you completed it.
Okay.
You've been working on it for a while, so I'm not opposed to
Eh.
that. I don't remember, but also that's fine. Uh,
Not gonna lie,
yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, the second half of the last session is sort of blank in my brain. I
that's
think
fair. It's
I
been like
think I would well, I think I was in and out a lot, like dozing through it.
very possibly, very possibly. Yeah, so we'll say for all intents and purposes that
I'm
you finished that project.
Yeah, so
Or-
I'd be probably rigging it up onto the cart so that when we're
Okay.
ready to go, it's all already done. I don't have to mess with it.
And you don't have to roll for that. The town is kind of starting to wake up around you. You
Okay.
see different groups of people kind of hurrying from one place to another. A group is kind of coming back from the direction of the mines, looking a bit beat up and ragged, um, and is sort of hobbling back. They don't look as though they have been pleased with their most recent trip.
Okay.
Um, any interaction there? You just gonna keep doing your do. They
Um
don't look particularly happy to be there, so
um is there anything specific about them that sort of jumps out beyond just their like regular demeanor of not, looking like they're super pleased about where they are?
roll me a perception check.
Perception. Nope. Never mind.
No, it must have just been a unsuccessful go for them this go
Okay.
round.
Then yeah, I'll rig up the treads to the cart, start fitting Quimby with his horse sand shoes, and getting ready for travels.
All right. Paul, you get the
Mhm.
same message. Uh, kind of wakes you out of out of a deep snoring sleep next to the deeply snoring person beside you. Um, and you have a very naked half orc woman with a big smile on her face, snoring to the point that it could possibly rattle the walls just a bit. Slight smile on her face. She seems pleased with life.
Okay. Um, yeah. I guess I just get up and get dressed and start heading down.
You got a little time to kill. Are you doing anything specific with it, or are you just gonna go ahead and be waiting? Hmm.
How much time?
Uh, probably an hour or two, like hour and a half ish. We'll say.
Okay. I take out my tinker tools
Okay.
and I'm gonna make um, another music box.
Oh, nice, nice. You won't be able to have time to like finish the details or whatnot, but you can probably get a really nice start on everything, and then if you want to put more details in it later, you can. So it gives you a good amount of time to at least get a good shape
I'll
in
start
and
working on it
whatnot.
that while I'm waiting for everybody else.
Cool, good deal. Um, so, uh, but do you just like pack up and leave the lady there?
I mean, I'm not leaving. I'm just going downstairs.
Just going downstairs?
Uh,
Okay. All right. You all right over there, Steven?
Mhm.
Oh. Eh. I
We're
get.
experiencing some technical difficulties. You guys were frozen there for a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Okay. Are we back?
I think so.
I don't think we
So
ever
Okay.
lost
you asked a
you.
question.
What was that? Sorry.
There should be some upstairs in the fridge. I think you asked me a question.
Oh, I just asked if you were all right over there because you had a really funny look on your face.
Oh no, I was just futzing at the computer because you guys were all frozen. I don't know if that's my internet or what.
Mm.
Um, there is rain going on, so that might be
Oh, gotcha.
interfering
Yeah, maybe.
since we
Yeah.
have satellite internet.
Gotcha. Um, all right. So you just go down and you're working on that in the bar. The bar is reasonably empty except for a few people that are so passed out that the barkeep just didn't even bother trying. Like, pretty much just rolled them into the corner so that they wouldn't be in anybody else's way and stacked them on top of each other in the corner.
I asked the bartender if they have food.
Yeah, we got a little bit of food. I mean, nothing fancy, but we got some omelets and yeah, little stuff like that. Just break some eggs, have some meat, a little bit of bread, stuff
We'll
like
take
that.
the meat and the bread and 2 whales for when my friend wakes up.
You got it. Okay. Um, so any coffee to go with that, or just sticking with the ale this morning?
No, I just need ale.
People drink ale this early.
Yeah, breakfast ale.
Hey, it's carbs. It's fine.
5 o'clock in the
Yep.
morning.
Exactly. So yeah, they set you up with that for a couple silver. No big deal. And so you guys over at the other space. Um, so how did you meet Thea first, or how did we
I
decide
think
that
that
was?
would be up to Thea.
So did you meet him first thing in the morning, kind of out in the uh common area, the taverny area?
Yeah, isn't that just where we left it? That we said we would go talk to the person he bought the potion from?
The drugs from.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So, um,
Yeah, I'll go first thing in the morning. I'll just go downstairs and have a coffee, not a breakfast ale.
as Eden comes out of his room.
so, so yeah, you see Thea there. Have you asked Scylla to stay behind for just a few minutes while you like catch her up, or okay? So Scylla will
Nope.
be just behind you then. Um, and she sees Thea and like she blushes. She's pink already, but her cheeks like just go bright crimson, embarrassed, and just comes and smiles really big at you and sits down. Good morning, Thea.
You feeling better?
Much, thank you. Um, and Eric's not quite there yet. He's working on getting his stuff together.
So, I'll buy you breakfast.
Sure. I'll let you.
And there's
Eden's gonna like push his chair back in and then sort of like awkwardly walk away. Go get breakfast.
Thea just wrong person, sorry. Scylla just kind of looks at you with this, "Where are you going?" look as you go and order breakfast. There's a gentleman at the bar taking orders this morning, and what looks like from overhead, you've got the little kitchen window there, so you can kind of see what's going on. It looks like she must be a gnome, but there's somebody in the kitchen that is cooking everything that looks like they're having to get up and down off of step stools all the time.
That would be awful.
Yeah. So it's easy enough to put in an order. They've got a wider variety, like beyond just eggs and whatnot. They've got specialty sweets and pastries and some things like that. Still nothing super fancy, but they do well with what they have available.
So Eden will actually order just sort of a fancier breakfast, but he'll also order like a dozen of the pastries that they've got there
Nice.
to take for the road and for whoever else isn't here.
Okay. So that'd end up being like for the people that are meeting up and whatnot, for you guys and for the extra, it'd end up being 6 silver.
Okay, cool. And then
So-
Eden will come back to the table to listen in on whatever is happening.
So, Scylla doesn't have really a lot to go by on like how to communicate with you. Do you kind of instigate any kind of conversation? Because she will try. but it'll be a little awkward.
To communicate with me.
Yeah.
I would just ask her, about. I guess we kind of already talked about her drive over, but just to
Just
try
break
to
the
find
ice.
some like neutral ground.
You know, I was a little bit seasick is not the right word. Sandy sick, is that a thing? But it was very nice to hear the winds over the dunes. It sounds really beautiful. It's really really nice at night too. We got to see some of that last night as well, and it was lovely to hear while looking at the stars. You should. It's the stars are really beautiful here. Um, if we get a chance, you should look and see if he. You should ask Eden to show you the stars.
Okay.
She's not even gonna try to explain like how that operated. She's just like, I don't know what he did, but it was really pretty.
I don't know why, but just like in my head, I have like Aladdin and Jasmine. I can show you the world.
You're not fully wrong.
And if I remember correctly, that is what I was singing.
Yes, I believe so. So, so as you're having this conversation and Eden is beginning to make his way back to the table, you see this drop dead gorgeous guy come from one of the other hallways around, and he looks like he is dressed ready to go traversing through the desert. In the light, now that you're able to see it a little bit more, he's he's got kind of dark tawny skin. Um, but it's ever so slightly freckled across the cheeks, and you can kind of gather like over his collarbones just a little bit. And in the light coming in from the windows, those freckles reflect just a little bit. And so it's a little he's almost a little sparkly in that regard, and his eyes are very unique. They've got it's not Twilight, shut up. I heard you thinking, no.
He's a vampire.
Stop it with that. But his eyes are really, really unique. They are a blue that is very different from any blue that you have seen so far, like a really, really deep turquoise blue. And the very center of his eyes are sparked with that really bright gold that you've seen in Celestials before. With a little bit of, like, he's got dark hair with a little bit of a wave to it, and he looks like he is perfectly put together with this weird, like, it's a combination of everything is too perfect to be real, but also he is ready to roll around like in the sand and hit things with knives if need be. It's a strange combination of appearance traits he's got going on here. The attire does not match the rest. Um, and when he comes out and sees the Eden, sorry if you heard that.
Give me a sec.
There's a There's apparently someone outside that decided that everybody in the neighborhood should stop and pay attention to the fact that they can pop wheelies on their motorcycle. I don't know what the heck that was, but it was real loud. I'm surprised you didn't hear it. Um, but oh yeah, okay. So when he sees that you guys are all at the table together, he's going to kind of look over to Eden and walk over and sit beside you guys. Um, hello. I'm Eric, and extends his hand over.
To you.
Yeah, to you.
Thea.
Sorry, Thea.
Oh, sorry. Hello, Eric. I'm Thea.
Very pleased to meet you. I've never seen anybody who looks exactly like. Well, of course, I've never seen anybody who looks exactly like you, but Um, this complexion and your just the general features of your appearance are really quite stunning. And uh, sort of sits back a little bit and good morning, my friends.
Morning.
How is everyone?
Good. We need to ask you a quick question. We have a sort of tag along currently with our group. I was hoping we could divest ourselves, perhaps, of his company. And since he is a lawman, I thought that it might suit us to send him to find a certain someone who is dealing in illicit substances.
Oh,
Two birds, one stone.
I think that this could be something that could be accomplished very easily. Um, how involved exactly do you need to be in that process? Would you prefer for me to just drop by your lawman's room and leave a tip?
Perhaps I could send him that way if the um okay. This is a bit of a sensitive topic, so this I would hope can remain between us. So Eric has agreed to be our guide. Unfortunately, it would seem that the supplements that he was purchasing have been laced with some sort of substance. That is how last night happened. His dealer, we believe, has been slowly getting him addicted over time with uh, a small amount and leading into larger and larger amounts of something that am not familiar with. Um, I believe that it might be dangerous for him to cold turkey to stop immediately. So what our plan is to purchase a large amount of this drug and then slowly reduce the amount that he is intaking a little bit at a time. That being said, perhaps we could send Eric on ahead of us, and meanwhile we can inform. What is his name? Do you remember?
Oh, did I
Our
give him a
lawman?
name? Oh, the lawman. Um,
Nate's
I don't
character
remember
yeah.
right offhand. Yeah.
started with a
Uh,
G.
I purposefully did not write his name down so I could just make up names for him.
I love it. I actually meant to remember that, and it's gone now. So yeah, the lawman. For today.
Yeah.
Gildal?
Uh,
Gildal? Gildal? Does that sound familiar?
It's right in there, yeah. Gildal, something like that. It's in that general vicinity. Gildale?
um, yeah, we can simply send him on afterwards, and we can perhaps just use a little bit of what we purchased today as proof,
I
provided
think
that that doesn't mean that he follows us even more um, for having purchased illicit substances.
All right, so just for 1 second, because our speakers are really going out, and so I missed the very first half of this. So
his
Eric
are a little
is
weird
who
too.
Oh,
you
sorry.
bought the drugs from, and it's his dealer that's been. Is that what you said?
Okay, so basically, Eric, the guy who's sitting with us,
Mm-hmm.
um, purchased basically like caffeine supplements that are supposed to be like herbal supplements, um, for energy specifically, and over time, whoever he was buying them from was getting him hooked on a drug and just giving him slowly more and more in this caffeine supplement, so that he would be more and more addicted to the stuff. And he's now taking like, I think Eden saw him take at least 3
Through the night.
tablets, yeah, throughout the night. Um, so he Eden wants to help him get off of the stuff. Um, but basically he wants to get rid of this guy who has basically hooked people on drugs.
Okay. Okay. So, and then you said we were going to send Eric ahead of us to do what?
To purchase a big batch of this stuff, because Eden is worried that if he goes cold turkey, kind of like when like an alcoholic quits alcohol, that it can just like stop their heart and stuff. He wants to wean him off of it by giving him smaller and smaller doses each day. So he wants him to buy a whole lot for while we're traveling.
All right, I think I'm caught up now. Yeah, I mean, I'll do my best to help. I mean, I'm not a cleric. Um, there's not a ton that I can do, but I do have some spells that I think would be able to help us. I can detect poison. I can purify food and drink. I don't have much in the way of healing.
Ah, that's all right. I imagine that we could just wean him off over time. Yeah, I don't know if it came across, but this guy is going to act as our guide across the desert.
Okay.
Yeah, so Eden said that over the message rings like first thing in the morning, like, "Hey, I have a guide, everybody," and that's why we'll be a little bit late. But
Um, the antitoxin kit was what I used last night, and I don't think I used the whole thing up. I think I still have some.
Yeah.
Um, but I guess I would look at Eric and be like, "Do you know of anywhere around here where I could buy some more of that?"
There's a man that that works outside of the general store. He has a booth inside, but he does a lot of unregulated uh, herbal work to be able to treat some of the things that no one else seems to have in other places. The deserts here have creatures that other places don't. So it's a little bit of a rarity to find herbs that are herbs and treatments, remedies, anything like that, that are specifically made out here for these creatures, and certainly none are technically regulated. So he does work alongside the general store and could probably get you some of the things that you would need from that kit. Um, if at all possible, I would be very specific. He's very good at his job, but he has a very busy mind and has been known to mistake orders.
Yeah.
right.
It's definitely not a Paul job.
Fortunately for us, Scylla gave me a book on plants that are edible and
Ooh.
animals that can be found around here. Would that book have any like medicinal, like you can eat this plant and it's also good to put on a bug bite?
Yes, actually, like there would be some things like that. Also remedies that can actually be made from like soaking different types of stones in purified water, things like that, because there's less vegetation out here, but there's a lot of mineral component that can have different effects. So, yeah, good catch, good job.
So I'll spend a little bit of time this morning while we're eating breakfast just looking through that kind of getting a list of things that I might need to get from this gentleman that works beside the grocery store, general store.
And would you beautiful people like for me to go ahead and see my dealer? Or should I wait until we've finished here?
What do you think? I would like you to eat. You should by all means eat. Have you eaten yet this morning?
I've not had a particularly great appetite, if I'm entirely honest. I've been a little off of my normal center, we'll say.
Understood. Eden will reach into his bag and pull out some of the bacon that's now like a week old. Do you like some
Oh
bacon?
no.
Thea from across the table.
That smells a little bit like old socks, doesn't it? Oh. Hmm. Sorry if
Maybe it
that's...
does. No,
Is that a...
Eden will just go ahead and start pulling bacon out. Oh, yep, nope, all of this is gone. Paul will be sad.
When you open
Actually, I'll
your
keep some of
bag,
this for it.
like, the
I
smell...
can verify that later.
There you go. That, I mean, fair. There is a smell of like rancid grease that hits you when you open that. Because if it's been nearly a week now, that bacon grease is not smelling great. Uh, it's a whole pail of bacon grease just sitting in there, and old coffee that's probably slightly moldy, and the carafe is not. It's not great. It's not great.
Actually, I'm going to step outside to get rid of this. But no, it will be fine. I will go find our where should I send our Connor friend?
So down the street, there's an offshoot, the first more civilized pathway that you're going to find that is stone. Take that to your left, and then it'll be the third little house, if you will, on your right.
Understood. I will send him that way.
All right. I'll be ready. He kind of scoots out his chair. It's like, I apologize for leaving so early. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to spending more time with you, with all of you, in, well, very shortly. And kind of scoots his chair back under and walks with very definitive purpose towards the door. He's a little bit ruffled. He looks a little angry, but certainly not at you. So
Just look at Eden as, where do you find these people?
What do you mean by these people? He's gonna sort of look over at Zilla.
she looks back.
I mean, these interesting, fun characters. You're always surrounded by interesting people.
Ah, you mean like Paul?
Except for
Funny
Paul.
story. Um,
Zilla just looks at you like, what? What?
well, shit. I maybe. How open-minded are you?
Fairly open-minded.
You're not a cop, are you? You got to tell me if you're a cop.
I am not a cop.
He sometimes works here at the hotel.
He's a minor? Often?
Most of the time, yes.
You say he's a minor?
Not like young, but like works in the mines.
Not minor, minor. It's very,
Like,
very important vowel.
which turn are we about to take?
It's a real important vowel.
This city is a very liberal city, as you will find out.
There's a difference between liberal and criminal.
In this case, we're definitely leaning left, not right.
No, I just say, there's no, I don't pass any judgment for that. People have to get by.
Okay.
Scylla just nods. It's like, yes, they do.
Frankly, I'm surprised that Paul hasn't like told the whole world, but you know,
Told the whole world what?
no, perhaps we should get get the move on.
Um, so, so yeah. Uh, the lawman's room. I mean, you bought the rooms, so you know where he is pretty easily. Um, is this a thing that you do together, or are you just sicking in on him yourself?
You up for it, Thea, or are you going to go explore for plants and remedies from the front of the general store first?
Cool, good deal, good deal. Um, so yeah,
That was,
if
that was a question, sorry.
oh,
What
sorry,
is
I didn't
Thea
hear the
doing?
first part. Are you going to the,
Just asking, yeah, which
are you going to go to the general store and kind of explore for your remedies and stuff? Thea?
What was the other? Guys, I'm really sorry. Our speakers are really dying.
I think the
yeah.
sound in general tonight's a little wonky.
Let
What
me
was
see
the
if I
other
can
option?
coming up to talk to Nate's character.
Um, I guess are we needing to get a move on pretty quickly, or
I mean, probably better sooner than later, but I don't know that it matters specifically that much.
um, I mean, do you want me to come talk to Nate for any or Nate the lawman for any reason or
I mean, I am capable of doing so. Does that help with the sound at all?
Not on my end.
Okay. Um, actually, so something else that might help is I'll drop the accent a little bit so that I can be more crisp, if that will help.
That helps a little bit. Lean back a little bit. I wonder if it's proximity to the mic.
It shouldn't be because the mic
No.
is actually on my head.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Let's see, input sensitivity.
Now you're not there at all.
Okay, let's try this then. Is that better?
A little, maybe?
Okay. So this is as high as my sensitivity goes. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, everybody.
So it's not like it's more
The
as
volume is
though
fine. For us, what it is when you're speaking, it's really it's like the
it's like
speakers are having a hard time hitting the pitch, right?
yeah,
Like
my brain is like it's an overexposed picture.
Fair
It's
enough.
in sound, it's an overexposed picture.
Yeah, I don't know how I would go about fixing that problem then.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know either.
The dropping the accent makes it a little clearer just because there's less uh like it's more frontal anyway, but the sound itself hasn't changed oodles, but that does help you be a little bit more uh legible's not the right word. I'm struggling with English. But
English is overrated anyway.
there you go. So Eden might just have to have a softer accent tonight until we have slightly better sound situation.
I can
Does that
manage that.
does that help out on your end a little bit? Can you understand a little better with less accent?
Yeah, it's coming through a little bit better.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's like it's our speakers, so I'm sorry. We either got to get a new laptop or get new speakers put in or something.
No worries, no worries. Like I think it's the combination of the two is probably not helpful because he's a little blasted out too. More technical issues.
Does it help? So I turned off my noise suppression. Does that make a difference at all?
Maybe a little.
Yeah, actually, try speaking in the accent real quick.
What would you like me to say in my accent?
Okay, yeah, it's still a little bit rough, but
It's yeah, that I do think that helped a little bit, but yeah.
Has that been a problem before? Because I am on a different computer than I
it's
have been
it.
before.
There's always been that sound a little bit, but the problem, like it's literally like the problem for us is our speakers on this laptop are starting to go. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um
So tonight it's like way more of an issue.
yeah.
Like normally we could turn you guys all the way up, but like we've got to keep it turned down because at a certain volume, like instead of hearing words, we're just hearing coming from the
Yeah.
speakers. So
Yeah.
Oh no, that's actually what I
Okay.
was saying.
it makes more sense.
So so, so
I'm
you
speaking in
usually your
skill.
sound quality is better, Steven.
Gotcha. Yeah, I
He speaks
wonder if that
seal.
might be because of this computer.
Yeah, I do think usually your sound is better than this a bit, Steven. But but yeah, the speaker system is I'm sure not helping matters at all. Uh, although I really enjoy when you speak seal, so it's fine. It's fine. Yep.
Well then I will say, I'll.
You muted yourself, Danny.
Oh, excuse me.
I was literally about to be like, did you press the button
Well,
again?
that's okay. I keep losing picture, so
We're again, can we
Man.
have more technical problems? It's fine. This is fine.
this recording is
So,
going to be very interesting.
oh jeez. So Thea, tell me again what you're doing cuz I can hear you now.
If there's nothing that y'all need from the store, then I'll just go speak to this man, try to gather us up a few more supplies, and then
There we go.
I guess when I'm done, I'll just message you and we'll find a meeting spot.
Sounds good to me.
Good deal. All right. So let's see. Tevin, you would actually see them leaving probably from where you are.
Okay.
You would see them leaving. Thea splitting off towards the general store, and well, Eden, you're staying inside there for a second and going up with them. But I'm guessing that I almost called him Pyron. The Gil uh, probably probably doesn't waste too terribly much time if you tell him that you have insider information on a drug deal going down. Um, so
Yeah, I mean he wouldn't say a drug deal going down, but he would say something like that there was a drug dealer that they ran into the night before, um, and that he is actively hooking people on microdoses of drugs,
okay,
and
uh,
he'll hand him one of the pills.
gotcha. So he does a little bit of casting over the pill to see kind of what's going on, and then he quickly starts to throw himself together. He's mostly ready already by the time you get there because he figures that you guys are going to be headed out soon. So he finishes putting his boots on and stuff like that pretty quickly, and heads out asking you where he should go.
And he'll give him the same directions, and he'll give him some bacon on the way out.
Some of the rancid bacon.
Hmm.
Great. So yeah, um, he doesn't eat it. He thanks you awkwardly, and you're pretty sure he discards it in the alleyway, and you hear like a cat scream as he tosses the bacon that direction. It hisses a bit. Yeah. So that's happening. Thea, across the way, it's within sight of this particular inn slash brothel. Um, there is a little general store mercantile uh, that has an open front. It looks like there's like a little roll down uh, metal front that just kind of there's a big industrial stake tent, like tent stake. There we go. Hook looking thing in the ground that it just latches to, and there's a padlock and all of that jazz. And they've opened for the day, and there's a fellow kind of greeting people out in the street. Um, so it's a pretty easy place to find. And as you approach, you can see like ordering jars of things in the back. There's an odd little fellow. You're pretty sure he's not a gnome, but he's about the right height for it, with really big pointy ears. Kind of has like boulders of like skin tags and stuff like that on his face, and has those spectacles that have like 5 million different lenses you can flip down, all of that kind of stuff, and a little vest with a pocket watch tucked in there. Looks like it has definitely seen better days. This was like thrifted off of a child that used to roll around in it all the time, that sort of thing. Um, and kind of has like he doesn't have shoes, but he almost has little gremlin feet, little gremlin-y looking feet, um, kind of crawling around doing his job. Uh, you can tell every now and then that he gets a little bit distracted by his thoughts and puts something in totally the wrong place and just kind of staring off into space for a minute. Yep. That is what you see.
I'm gonna say, good morning, sir. I was looking to buy a few things with you if you have a moment.
Are you talking to the one greeting people or the one stocking shelves and such?
Oh, the one stocking shelves, because he looks like
Ah.
he's the one that like
That's
has a busy
that's
mind.
it's a real good assessment.
Oh, you're wanting to buy things from me and such. I could do this. I could fill your order. What kind of things could I do? What kinds of things do you need?
So I would like rattle off a couple of things that I found in that book, and then just ask, tell him like we're about to go out into the mines. If there's anything that you recommend for any, you know, bugs or snakes or creepy crawlies that are out there.
You're a smart one. I can tell. I see. You're a clever one. I have just the things for you. So I've got.
and he'll actually go over with this little like it looks like a library ladder, but it's much smaller. There's no real need for most people to have one, but he's short enough that it makes sense. Kind of goes around a back shelf wall and props his little ladder up and kind of hikes up it and clings on with his weird little feet fingers. And I've just deeply upset Stephen.
Well, I have this. This is very good balm for the sand snake bites. This works very well.
Hands just starts handing things down to you, and about like 4 of them, the first 4 are actually what you asked for. There's another one that is not what you asked for but seems applicable. It's like a sun balm that also has some healing properties that would be good for minor bites and things like that. So in this, there would be enough that you could replenish at least your antitoxin kit, and then probably half again what you've got if you took the time to actually um, produce the tinctures out of it. And your little book would kind of instruct you how if you've never done it before. And you've got the balm, and then it's like he starts talking about other things in the sand and just keeps handing you stuff that doesn't seem related to what you're actually there for, but like there's there's a tar that you can put in the sands that makes like little patches of it firm, almost like if you were trying to make little cobblestones with it. And there's the like anything that relates to the desert, he starts meandering in his brain that direction and just handing you crap.
So looking for like toxin, health wise, not sand solidifying
Oh,
things.
health, 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 health. Ooh. You know, in many cultures, in so many cultures, the things that make you healthiest in the area you are concerned about are the area you're concerned about.
And he goes over to this little thing that's like jars of hearts and kidneys and livers and all of that kind of stuff that are dried and dehydrated. It's like,
for bite of sandbat, makes your heart stop. This cat heart makes your heart go.
and starts like handing you dehydrated body parts.
Insight check that.
What's that?
Insight check.
Yeah, go for it.
You need some rhino horn.
Yeah. Oh shoot. 12.
I mean, you can.
I get to add things to that. I haven't played
Woo!
until 13.
Okay.
You need some rhino horn.
And so you can absolutely tell that he is for sure believing the things that he is saying to you. Whether they're true or not, that's up for debate. But he's
Half of a salesman's
confident.
job is believing in the product they sell.
He's very confident with it for sure. It's happened from across the street. You're just seeing like from where you're standing, it just looks like the shelf is hucking things at her because you can't see the little guy. So there's just like jars coming at her from too high up. It's a fascinating thing to see from a distance.
Can't catch any more, so you're just throwing them now.
Oh, sorry. Slow down.
You can kind of hear him like giving himself a little mantra, doing a little breath exercise.
and, and kinda, is that too much? Too much things for you to take?
Just a little. I don't have that big of a bag, so I think I definitely want those 3 bombs that you first handed me. And
Oh.
then you said there was like essentially a sunscreen one. I like that one. And then was there any just like raw ingredients from that book? I think you said there was like a stone you soaked in water that did something.
Yeah, so somewhere in all of this, if you had asked for specific things from the book, he will have found that, and there were 2 different like crushed stone sediments that he hands you, and also like gives you some effectively tea bags to help like keep the sediment out of what you produce from it. So yeah, you've got your little kind of cheeseclothy teabag things and your stone particulate and all of that good stuff. So you're able to get what you wanted to. You will have to actually like kind of brew the things to replenish and make more of your antitoxins. But yeah, you're able to find all of that in addition to the balm. And if you want, there are the weird little dried up organs that might indeed have medicinal value. You maybe. Possibly.
I think the last thing I would ask him for, and this is just my nurse knowledge that I can't get out of my head, any type of like sedative, something that would maybe help someone sleep.
Ooh, sedative. How long do you want sleep?
Just a couple of hours, nothing.
Couple hours,
Just a
couple hours.
solid nap.
Solid nap. Nap potion. Do I have a nap potion?
He kind of hops down off of his ladder, looks around in this little corner. You can kind of see the shopkeepers keeping eyes open just to make sure that nothing too crazy goes on back there. You gather from the look that he's giving that he's accustomed to having to run at least a measure of damage control here. And he starts kind of crawling over to another thing.
Oh. Potion of good night sleep? Potion of unwilling sleep? Shorter unwilling sleep. Usually, let's see,
He kind of clips down one of the little glasses.
looks like 3 hours.
You're buying Rohypnol. Is what you're buying.
And it's what we give people in the hospital sometimes. Is there anything, maybe that potion, the 3 hour one, is there any like a tea or something I could brew that would have a similar effect that I could get a couple more doses out of?
Yeah.
And he
Oh, you want these too?
and holds them
Maybe.
out.
Can I think
Maybe.
about it for a second?
He kind of to keep from having to get them back off the shelf, he like tucks them both kind of behind his ears and pulls his ears back as though there's like muscle control in the back of his ears, just and climbs back down, goes over to another one of the shelves, and it looks like this whole thing is just chock full of teas. And he goes over, comes back up to one.
This one's good. Good dream tea. Helps calm the sleep. Helps soothe the terrors. Yeah. This is a good one.
Some of that. Thank you.
He digs. How much? He's got like one of those big like cereal scoop things. Like,
How much you want?
Like one of those big scoops.
Yeah.
Like, 2 scoops.
2 scoops.
and he just like fills this little paper bag full of this tea, and kind of you see him kind of like lick after he's already rolled it over a couple of times, lick the edge and stick it down, and it's like his own saliva just sticks it down. He hands it to you. Hobbles down the ladder. Yep.
I think that will be all that I need.
Perfect. You come back and you talk to Wilbur next time you need any more.
Will, yes, I absolutely will.
Good. Your name is
Thea.
Thea. That's a good name. I like Thea.
I like
He
Wilbur.
just extends his little hand and
I give him a finger.
it's kind of a gross hand. It's a little slimy, but he's good at his job, reasonably speaking. Uh, so yeah, that'll end up running you. The actual owner of the little mercantile says it'll be end up by being about 15 gold, all total, and some of those are not very potent until you actually do anything with them, like brewing them, things like that. And the others are a little bit lower level than a full like sleep potion, things like that. So did you actually get the vials? Or did you just stick with a tea?
Yeah, that's only going to cost 15 gold. Let's get the vial too.
Sure.
Yeah.
They will be able to make saves against that, but yeah, that'll. You got it.
So
Cool.
like 3 hour sleep potion.
Yes.
Okay. So how much is that total?
Oh, so that would end up being yeah, that was the 15 gold. Those two are not high price things.
Okay.
In my head, I
So
knew that you were doing that.
So I'll pay the 15 gold, and I will give Wilder a silver for his help.
Ooh. Like you see his eyes just brighten. They look super buggy through the glasses, and his ears just perk right up.
Thank you. The
Thank you for your help.
I look forward to seeing you again in my store.
And the manager looks over, just like just really kind of perturbed.
Oh, sorry.
And just goes back on to work. So Paul, uh, you hear from up above where in the well, actually, I think this was one story one, if I remember correctly. You hear from down the hall a little bit of a roar. You're not totally sure if it's an angry roar or a really, really potent yawn. But it's coming from the room where you were. So it kind of seems as though your lady for the night has awoken, uh, whether that be good or bad. Do you?
Paul does not care.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, she will come out, and when she sees you, she kind of has this potentially mad expression. At like why would somebody just like up and leave without even like she didn't expect anything long term by any means, but you know, a goodbye would have been nice. And then she sees that you're sitting there with like two ales. Have you already had both of them?
No. I've been tinkering and just drank the one ale.
Gotcha. Okay. When she sees that you've gotten another ale, it kind of softens into a little bit of a smile, and she saunters over next to you. Like, good morning, good looking.
Morning.
I appreciate the fight last night and the other things.
Yeah. You were good. You were really good. And believe me, I fought a lot of people.
She kind of looks for a moment like she's trying to decide if she should be concerned about subtext, and then like reflecting on the evening decides she probably shouldn't be. Um excuse me, sorry. Um and just like takes the ale. I take that this is for me.
Yeah.
Cheers, and kind of uh just gives a little toast to you, downs it. Uh so, where are you off to today?
I don't know. Somewhere in the desert, we got some adventuring to do.
Well, in our other campaign, adventuring has become like the innuendo. Like, oh, you're going
It's a euphemism.
adventuring with him, are yeah, euphemism. I can't talk tonight to save my life, you guys. Um, so she nods like, well, if you're out towards the mines in 2 days, I might run into you again. If you want to fight, let me know.
For sure. I'm always down to fight.
I like that in a guy. I appreciate that. And just kind of like chugs her beer back. Um, is there anything like Paul being a man of few words and little charisma? I imagine there's not a whole lot of discussion.
Not really. Just enjoying his breakfast, drinking his ale,
Eh,
tinkering on his music box, and once he gets the music box complete, um, and you tell me like how far into the conversation or the morning that is, but basically just normal, casual. Like she asks questions, he's answering it very laconically, um, and then once he's finished tinkering with the thing with the music box, he's gonna slide the music box over to the orc. He's gonna
Aw.
stand up. He's gonna say, "Well, maybe I'll see you in the mines in 2 days. I'm afraid I gotta go," and then he'll walk out the door.
Look at Paul being a gentleman.
Right? She just kind of calls before you have a chance to go too far. Like, I'll be looking for you. And if not there, maybe I'll run into you here again sometime.
You never know. I find myself all over the place, and then out the door and looking for the rest of the group.
She just kind of sits there with the music box for a little while, kind of like tinkering with it, letting it play. Is there a specific song that it plays?
No, nothing in particular. Maybe just the same.
Miss New Booty.
Down
Oh.
here, Miss New Booty.
Um, yeah, nothing in particular. Like just
And she would have asked you a little bit about your life and where you came from and stuff like that in the conversation, just kind of casually trying to get to know you a little better without feeling like prying. She's probably about equally conversationally gifted as Paul, maybe slightly better at numbers. So she doesn't really pry, but she does ask like a little bit because she thought you were a cool guy. So
sure. Paul's pretty open. I mean, to the point of like what he can really express in terms of like what he remembers and his experience. Obviously, he might talk a little bit about having just the fact that he's a soldier for hire, basically. He's fought in battles and he does odd jobs where people need it, but and currently that's you know where he's kind of at right now. So
anything that would have signaled to her that you were an outworlder?
no, nothing that I can think of.
Okay,
I
cool.
mean, because you mean like as in like he's like from
He's not a native, yeah.
well, because like Paul's not really aware of that. So
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
yeah.
Um, cool. Yeah. So now there is someone who, while not clinging to the idea of seeing Paul again, will be quite happy to see him if it happens. So
That
there's
is the
that.
first time Paul has ever had an interaction with an NPC that ended with the NPC wanting to see Paul again.
Good job, Paul. I'm
I
not
think
sure
you're
if that's
right.
progress or yeah, I'm not
Where
sure
did
if
we
that's
start the
progress or if it's
party?
more yeah,
And it started
like
with a
maybe
bar brawl.
see, you
And
just
ended
have
with
to
a
know
bed
how to
brawl.
speak his language. Yeah. I mean, never mind. I'm going to keep that thought to myself. That's an inside thought, Danny.
But yeah, he'll finish up and he'll leave, and then he'll go searching for the rest of the party, trying to find out where everybody else is.
Not too terribly hard to find Thea, probably. She is currently she has a large basket of stuff that she just well, I guess it's not too large once you discard the stuff that didn't matter anymore. Uh, so she's got a little basket of stuff coming out from the mercantile, which is like kind of right smack dab in the middle of the main drag.
Sure.
So
Do I
she's
catch
an
her while
obvious
she's
one.
shopping? Or do I catch her when she's done shopping?
Uh, maybe as she's checking out. So
Okay.
like
I'm gonna walk up to them and go up to the counter.
With fork in my hand, I will stab you.
I'm just gonna walk up to the counter and look and be like, "Oh, we're buying supplies," and I'll look at the guy that she's paying it from and be like, "You got any health potions?"
Oh, health potions, just health potion.
oh, I guess you would be talking to the owner if you're talking to the person she's checking out with. Um, we do actually have some health potions if in you want. some.
Yes, yes, and I
They're a
want
little
some.
pricey, but we can do that for you. What kinds of healing are you needing? You needing like some minor cuts and stuff like that? The sickness, like what sort of things are you looking for? I always have to look up my prices for these kinds of things.
I'm buying things to make like salves and stuff to help with like bites, but I have a couple of like healing potions if you need some.
I need the kind that heal you when you get hurt.
He's still convinced that hers are poison. um. Oh, okay, okay. Um. So ours, we have to import. Our basic one is gonna end up running in the vicinity of 75. Um, and then little more for like if you're expecting this to need to be a lot of healing.
Just dump
Uh,
out all my gold on the table.
Holy
Well,
hell.
it's like 200 gold. So, and I say I need
Okay.
this much of health potion.
So uh the really good stuff gonna be a little bit more than that, but that'll get you several of the more, I got stabbed but not in any vital organs ones. So yeah, I can get you several of those and that'll probably help offset some of the difference anyway. So yeah. So with that, I could probably get you about, you said it was about 200.
Yeah, it's 200 gold.
So I could get you three. Um, yeah, I could do that for you.
Okay.
And uh, kind of pulls that out. He does kind of like look over at Thea and gives you a little bit of a questioning eyebrow as he hands over the health potions to you. Are you guys anticipating getting into really big fights or something? I mean, you've already
Always.
got. Oh,
It
fair
happens.
enough.
We don't go looking for it, but it happens.
Are you minors? Or I mean, you don't look like minors. You
We're all of
actually look
age.
No, I'm a grown up.
No.
twerp. You're what now?
I'm fully grown.
Well, I okay, and just like hands you the potions. Um, so yeah, just mm, be careful if you're going out into the desert.
Sure. I
I'm
took the
sure that
three
this is
potions,
why.
and then I
Have a
hand
good
one,
day.
literally shove one into Thea, and just be like, "Here, give her one of the healing potions," and then I walk off with my other two healing potions.
Wow, Thea, this is
I
progress.
know. Tia kind of stands stunned for a minute and then calls out after, "Thank you."
Literally doesn't listen, just goes to look for the other members of the party.
So
I'll turn
Eden,
back
are
to the
you
shopkeeper and just be like, "Is there something out there that we need to be aware of?"
Oh, there are several things out there you need to be aware of. I mean, most miners already know that, but if you're out here for other reasons, then I mean, there are things waiting in the sand. Stick to the stone paths. Um, but yeah, be be especially cautious. I feel like the healing potions are good ideas, but y- it'd be better if you just didn't need them. Also, cave-ins happen a lot, so if you go underground, I mean, I'm not sure why you would if you're not miners, but if you go underground, be aware. Be cautious of anything that looks particularly unstable. And kind of gives you a nod, and you see like the other guy in the back just like completely rearranging one of the shelves. Like,
Oh, no, 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 no. Not here, not here. Up here!
and like just kind of going haywire, rearranging all of this guy's stuff. And you can tell that he was the one, like the little guy was probably the one that made most of the actual like potionsy things, all of that. He is not in that department anymore. He is rearranging all of the other guys, like the wares, all of the general goods and whatnot. And the guy's just so yeah, you are
Thank you.
armed with potions and good stuff.
So on my way back, kind of towards the tavern place that we stayed last night, I want to send a message to Dill since I had that
Hmm.
dream, and I just want
Yeah.
to check on her and make sure she's doing good.
And you'll hear back as you ask her. I forget, is that one that's like 25 words? How does that one work?
Yeah,
I always
25
forget.
or less.
Hi, Thea. Yeah, I'm back with Dad. And everything went pretty smoothly. Thank you so much for checking on me. I.
And just kind of cuts off. I had to count that on my finger, sorry. It was a lot smoother than that. She wasn't counting. So so yeah. Um she is back where she belongs and seems healthy and happy.
I'm not worried about her. And then I will use my message necklace to ask Eden where he is, if we just want to meet up by Teffin's cart.
No, I think that would be great. I'll meet you there.
And Eden, did you follow the lawman on his way to go bust the guy?
No.
That's fine.
Eden didn't want to end up getting like embroiled in whatever's going on there, so
That is reasonable. That is reasonable. Um did you guys tell Eric where to meet you?
no.
Okay. So he'd probably just be back at the inn waiting.
That's probably where Eden still is too.
Okay, that works. So everybody else meets up at Teffin's cart. Um, and you guys are there still in the inn. Um,
When I show up at Teffin's cart, I don't say a word to Teffin. I just literally push a potion into his hands.
Thank you. What is this?
Huh? It's so I don't have to save your life.
Have you
It was a
had to
bug.
save my life before?
Huh?
Have you had to save my life before?
No, let's keep it that way.
Okay.
I mean, that's a fair request, I suppose. All right. So now you are armed with potions. Oh, with a potion. Um, and
And which one was that? That was
that's a
His-
general healing potion.
just a regular. Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, so do you guys eventually like head over to the carts? Or are you waiting for everybody else to meet you in the inn, Eden?
If nobody says anything, he'll wait for a minute and then he'll go find the cart.
Okay.
Because he,
So
again, doesn't want to get like embroiled in the whole like drug dealer
the
thing. So
drug
he
dealer
wants to get
thing.
out. So as soon as
That's
Eric is
fair.
back, he'll head that way.
Fair enough, fair enough. So yeah, in tow, you guys see Eden has his girlfriend and this like really really gorgeous guy who looks ready to guide you through the crazy ridiculous desert. Um,
Is this the first
and
time that Paul's seeing this new guy?
yes,
Who's the pretty boy?
Oh, this is Eric. Eric, this is Paul.
Eric just smiles and gives you a nod and is like, "Very good to meet you, Paul."
Uh huh.
Paul. Eric has offered to be our guide across the desert so that we have someone who knows the way. He actually has worked at the mines in the past.
Ah, okay. And then I take the other healing potion and I push it into Eden's hands.
Oh, thank you, Paul.
So, you I was gonna say something and then it literally just like fell out of my brain as I was saying it. That's just rude. Yeah, never mind. Uh, he just kind of Eric sits back and just observes kind of the group dynamic. He'll extend his hand to Paul to shake it, but um, I don't know. Would he take it?
Let's all take his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he looks at it first. And he gives like a really, really firm like handshake.
And actually Eric's handshake is quite firm too. Like he's not trying to break your hand or anything like that, but it's a really solid like firm handshake and you can tell by his hands that while the rest of him looks almost like immaculate and spotless, his hands are really rough and calloused. He clearly works.
Okay,
So,
fair enough.
um and he'll extend his hand to Teffin as well. Very pleased to meet you, Teffin, I assume?
Yes.
You're a really intriguing, very interesting group of people. I've can't really say that I have come across a group of people that is this diverse, and I'm excited to learn more about you as we go. And
Diverse. That's a really good word for that.
he kind of like
Yeah.
looks at Eden and just kind of tilts his head and lifts a brow a little curiously, but nods. So, are we ready?
Evan, what do you think? We ready to go?
I I believe we are. Yes, we can head out whenever.
Perfect.
So I'll
I suppose I've never seen a I've never seen a cart quite like this before. We will want to make sure that we are taking very good care of your horse.
of
Generally
course.
speaking, we don't take beasts of burden out into the sands, but it looks like you're equipped. Um, I'm intrigued to see how this goes.
I do try to be prepared for whatever may come.
I got a question
Good.
as Jason, not as Paul.
Uh-huh.
Do we have we prepared like for like the water supplies that we're gonna need for the horse in the desert?
I was just about to ask that. How many water skins do we have, and how do you prepare for a horse with no name in the desert?
So so I will kind of like Keith, if you think that you have planned and gone
I
and
mean, I would
gotten
assume that I would have simply because I mean, even for forging and the crafting work that I do, I would have to have a pretty good source of you know liquids to quench into, but also like probably. I mean, I assume I've had Quimby for a while. I've probably got provisions for it loaded on the cart. Just kind.
so I'm gonna need a how there, as long as you can tell me like how you pull this off in the cart, because it is gonna be like a full day ride in particularly adverse conditions. And as long as you can give me like a how or where it is stored and stuff like that, I am cool with it. But I want to know like the how of this.
Well, I mean, I've got that whole like other room in the cart that I can
Fair.
store food and water in.
So you've got like a little reservoir type
Yeah.
of a thing
It,
going on
I,
there.
I
Okay.
figure I figure it's a couple of barrels of potable drinking water, a barrel of probably saline, sort of more of a salty water for quenching, a barrel of mineral oil for quenching, because you have all of those things. You've got a mineral oil, you've got salt water, and then you can also do it in fresh water for different stages
Okay.
of quenching and cleaning stuff, especially if you're doing an acid etch kind of stuff. So I imagine those are just part of the materials that he has as part of the workshop.
Okay. I can be cool with that. So yeah, you've got extra provisions that you keep on board. Um, that will probably be a thing like carrying forward that you just need to like mention who you're going to for that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that's a good point. Good point. So yeah, you've got what you need for the time being. Um, and moving on out into the desert, Eric will kind of look, seeing that you're getting up at the on top where you steer from for Quimby. He'll just give you a glance and say, "I assume then that I should probably stay up with you."
I would certainly appreciate any direction you can give me about where in this vastness we are heading.
Absolutely, and he'll take his place by your side. And the rest of you guys, I'm guessing, in the back.
Um, I don't think there would be room for myself up there. So, oh, dang it.
I,
No accent. I forgot. Sorry.
That's fine.
So,
I mean,
uh,
you've there's there's spots for 3 people up here.
right. I don't think there's going to be room for me up there. Um, Eric, is that all right with you?
I've I can be comfortable with that. That's fine.
Okay.
he he just gives you a smile and a nod, and uh, is like, is Eden uncomfortable with this?
No, not necessarily. He's just more worried that Eric would have a hard time with it, but
Uh, he seems confident enough around others that he doesn't seem bothered by this. Now, when he did come back from meeting up with his dealer, pretty much, he did seem really ruffled initially with you guys at first, but while you were waiting for other people, he kind of had a chance to breathe and collect himself a little bit. So yeah, he's he seems to be a little bit more himself, at least right now, even if it's just because he's suppressed all of the uh, inner rage from realizing that he's been pretty much duped into paying a drug dealer a whole lot of money for something that he shouldn't have even been doing. So, yes. Um, so
so
you've
Eden is
got
already sweating buckets, but he'll go get in the back.
I feel like at some point there might need to be not necessarily for that reason, but just in general ventilation for desert travel for the people inside the carts. It is sweltering, you guys. It is very warm back there. Um, on your way, he does keep you to, even though it is sand covered,
Hmm.
you feel like you're not sinking into the sand as much as, even with the tracks, you don't think you're sinking into the sand as much as you should be. Every now and then you'll have these places that are. Eric always looks nervous as you're going over them. These spaces where you do feel like you're sinking down a little bit. And he always seems very alert, but he seems especially alert in those spaces, not necessarily concerned about you sinking in, as he is about what might be in the sand waiting.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
While
he
this,
is.
like, go ahead.
Nope, you're good. Go for it.
I was gonna say while we're in progress on the trip, Paul's gonna climb to the roof of the cart, and he is going to take his axe, and he's going to take his two of his hand axes and the cloak of the cheetah, and he's going to use that, and he's going to take the axe and put it into the top of the cart, so hold it in place, and then put the cheetah cloak over that, and then pull it taut and put it into place with the two hand axes to have sort of like a shade covering, and he's going to lay down underneath that and take a nap.
I love that so much. But I'm sure Teffin doesn't if he actually knew what was going on, but that's amazing. I love it. Yes, so now you have a shade tarp, sir. Um, it's kind of nice out with the breeze and all of that as long as you're in the shade. Like the sun is super intense and kind of shines off of the dunes, so you're getting it from like every angle. Um, and it's kind of an intense heat, but as long as you're in the shade, it's warm, but it's very pleasant. So you have yourself a nice little warm nap.
Yeah, he
Um,
literally strips down, butt naked, laying in the shade.
there's a naked gnome on the top of the cart. Yes.
Yeah.
Uh, any conversation happening in the cart since you, Eden, Scylla, and Thea? Any conversation happening before other things?
Um, is Eden in the cart with us, or is he up front?
He's in the back.
Okay.
Aiden's in his leather armor, just like dying of heat.
I don't have any spells for air conditioning. I wish I did. It's awful.
Actually, I think Thea said she did. Or sorry,
Scylla.
Scylla said that she did, rather.
Yeah, actually, I was just remembering. It's like, oh, I think she actually has something for that. I'll look it up though. Is there anything?
Don't do well
Sh-
in the
I do notice you you're a very different complexion is I think the word for it than most. Is that uh a something that you share with others? I've not seen it before.
Oh, I'm from a really, really far place away, and I haven't met really any others that look like me.
Well, I think I would agree with Eric. It is stunning. But uh, unexpected. And you say this makes you poorly equipped for the heat of the desert.
Yeah, I don't really like the sun. Kind of a nighttime creature.
Mm, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's see. What do I have here? Well, aha. Okay. So, there are little like venting windows and stuff like that, right,
Oh
Keith?
yeah,
I
there would
want to
have to be.
say that there are
Yeah.
little side running windows. Okay.
Or we would also.
So,
We'll be right back. I'll still be able to hear you guys, but I'm gonna be muted for a second.
okay. Um, so she's actually going to uh take some like from her water skin, uh take a little bit of the water and freeze it and have it kind of in the path of the air coming in from the little vents. So it does kind of help cool things a little bit. Like I can touch you into this too, but it could harm you some, and I don't want to do that. But I can cool things around you so that hopefully it keeps you cooler. I can, yes. So she just sort of with her little cantrips kind of going around and making sure that the things inside the cart that you are touching stay reasonably cool. so that you can be a little more comfortable. But is careful to not do it with anything that touches your skin directly, just in case she could accidentally hurt you.
She doesn't happen to do it to the roof, does she?
Oh, actually, she probably did. um, Paul, roll me a perception check. Just see if you realize that your ass is stuck to the top. What?
I'm asleep.
Yeah, let's
So
see if it wakes you up.
would that be disadvantaged perception?
Yeah, yeah, I think it would.
That one. First roll.
Yep, you are very, very asleep. Um, and don't seem to notice that your body has gone from being very hot to quite cold to the point that your butt cheeks are kind of a little like how you do with the tongue and the telephone pole sort of a thing. Like you definitely are a little stuck to the roof. It's not going to be a lot, but you are going to take a little bit of just surface damage. It's not going to be lethal or anything like that, so it's not even not a big deal at all.
It probably feels
It's
nice.
yeah, it might actually. It's gonna do like 3 points of just superficial damage on your skin. It's gonna give you a nice little ice burn. So, yeah, that's a thing that just happened. Now there's a gnome stuck to the top of the wagon via butt frostbite. That's great. Uh, yeah, yay, that just happened. Um, So yeah, she's keeping it kind of cool and trying to make sure that it's a little bit almost like a refrigerated truck and
So
um
I will remind you that because one wall folds out to be my sort of pop out workshop area, it's got an anvil attached to it. It's a great big block of iron.
ooh,
If she
ooh,
throws her cooling into that, it'll be a heat sink and it'll keep putting out the cold for a while.
that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, so
Just gonna throw
that'll
that out there.
probably be something. Yeah, being able to actually see that anvil there, she would probably do that once she notices that that's a thing. So voila, you've got AC. So yeah, it's still kind of warm in there, but it's not really at all uncomfortable. So yeah. Um. So Paul's asleep. He's not gonna see it. Teffin, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Oh, perception. 16.
16.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um. So Eric sees it first. You kind of see him very quickly, like stand. He steadies himself with a hand against the back. And in one of those spaces where there is a little bit more, well, a little less firmness to the foundation, you see the sand shift a few yards away, probably about like 70 feet out. And there's this shift in the sand, and this thing that looks suspiciously like a dust colored. The wings look like manta ray wings, right? Really, really broad, kind of membrane-ish sorts of wings. You start to kind of see uh, this movement that ruffles up, but the head that comes up is like a gigantic bat head from the sand. It's about the size of the cart, and it seems to now be aware that you're there. Um, and seems to be moving in your general direction very quickly. skimming over the surface of the sand just barely. So he's currently about 60 feet out. What would you like to do with this information? Now, he's going to point just in case you don't see it, but you do.
Okay, yeah. So it's coming at us. Does it look like it's looking for a meal, or I mean, what do I get a sense of sort of what its motivation might be?
Roll sight. Let's see.
Uh,
Oh, where's my...
that'll be an 18.
Oh, okay. While not inherently evil, this thing is hungry and relatively unencumbered with the idea of a deep conscience regarding the want to um help you stay alive. It doesn't particularly care about you, but it is quite hungry. So it does seem a little bit more interested in that particular dynamic of things.
So there's going to be a little bit of a click as from inside my armor, I flip a switch inside and I raise a hand, and the palm starts to glow, and then there's this like thrum out from my hand, and I need it to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Alrighty. Oh, where's my... It's already in there. Ooh, that's gonna be real high. So that's a 21.
Dang it. Okay. You still take half of this, so there's this like thrum, and then from directly underneath it, there's this loud sound of this loud ringing sound that erupts and sort of catches it in the in the sphere, and it's going to take 6 points of thunder damage.
6 points of thunder damage.
I believe that's what that is thunder, yeah.
Alrighty. 6 points of thunder damage. Da-da-na-na. And at that point, I believe we're going to need to roll initiative. Those of you who are in the cart won't come in until you get out of the cart. But,
although you will have heard the sound.
Yes. Paul, go ahead and roll me another perception check to see if that wakes you up. Not necessarily at disadvantage this time. We just need you to wake up and find out what's going on.
I rolled a 10.
All you needed was above a 10. That's about right. So
he
yeah,
hit the
first
DC.
round you might be asleep.
So he hit the DC, right?
I said he needed above a 10.
Oh, fine.
That was what you had to beat.
All
So
six really
go ahead and
good
everybody.
thunderstorms, so.
Apparently. So everybody go ahead and roll me an initiative. And those of you who are either sleeping or in the cart will take your turn once you like get out, and then you'll fall into line with everybody else. Okay. And the bat was a 16. All right. Teffin, what are you?
Natural 20 for a 21.
Woo! Teffin first. All right, Thea.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were waiting until we got out of the cart.
You will fall into your initiative order when you get out of the cart. I'm just gonna have everybody roll it now for my ease.
18.
18. Okay. Paul.
Natural 20 for a 23.
Oh, nice. Once you wake up. And Stephen?
Rarely for
8.
Once he does get up, he is going to be absolutely like waylaying on this thing. So 8 for Eden. And let's see. Baddies are 16. D. Eric is gonna be after Teffin. And Scylla is gonna be after Eden. Okay. So, that will be, since Paul is still sleeping. You do have your turn first though, so I will let you, if you want to go ahead and roll again and see if you can manage to wake up in time to do something. Go for it.
I got it.
So
You
so
got a
does
what?
it?
I got a 12.
Yay! You wake up.
So
Congratulations.
is this
That would
the
actually-
same round or the next round?
That was his turn. So since he was
Okay.
out with you guys, I just let him take that as your turn. So your action was to wake up this go round.
Okay.
But you will join in with everybody else next go round. Teffin, what you doing
Um.
with the big bad bat?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna reset, sort of twist my arm and recock it, and do that again. So another Constitution saving throw.
Right. It's a plus. Oh,
What spell
geez.
is this?
Shatter.
Ah,
That's 13.
13 fails, so you will take 8 points of thunder damage this go round.
All right. So you see, like, the sand shifts off of his back as he takes the damage, and kind of you see him lift up, and it's deceptive how big this thing is once you can see him through the weird membranous wings. It's pretty intimidating.
So is
Yeah,
there
alright.
so is it like fully like organic? Is there any like metal or anything hanging off of it or in it or whatever, or is it just a creature?
So it is just a creature. I mean, it is covered in sand, and out in this, like, there's going to be little flecks of metal ore in the sand, but nothing substantial.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Eric is next. He is actually going to. Let me make sure of what. Okay. You see, like, the blue in his eyes glows some. He brandishes his a scimitar sword, and you see him reach his hand out and lift up. And as he does, it creates whirlwinds to the side. Let me see. This is one of his only cool tricks in this regard. But the thing makes its strength save. For a second, it looks like it's going to be restrained by this, but it manages to use on one of the rotations as it gets kind of caught up in this whirlwind. It uses one of those. It's smart enough to kind of dodge out and flings itself out of the whirlwind that he creates. But it does kind of push it a little bit to the side of where he was originally, so it doesn't really push him towards or away from you. So he's still about 70 feet out. Let's see. And Thea.
I guess hearing all this, I'll run out of the
Oh.
cart.
Yes. So yeah, you guys hear a big old ruckus coming from outside. There's a lot of kind of yelling and shouting on the top. I imagine that when Paul wakes up, it's probably not a really particularly graceful wake up, so there's probably some interesting sounds from Paul waking up as well. Yeah. So you hear this happening outside, and the cart suddenly stops.
So I'll run out the back of the cart and see this big creature, and I'm going to use my bonus action to hex it,
Nice.
and that will give it disadvantage on strength. No, wisdom. I want to do wisdom.
Okay.
Wisdom saving throws. And then I am going to Eldritch Blast it.
Eldritch Blast!
Blast.
Get him!
17.
Tell me all about it, Cora.
That just hits.
Yay!
That is his AC.
Sweet. So I get that from the hex, and then it is 2. So that is 10. Oh, wait, no. That's just 12. And then I get to add something to this. 17 points of damage.
17. Nice. Nice. One, two.
Cora
Yes.
wants to go to bed so she can get a treat.
Yeah, I know.
Like, cheater! Cheater! That's not how this works. Love it. All right. So you see those blasts like lighted up, and there's a scorch that kind of forms where it hits. All right, and it's its turn. It is going to come towards you closer. It's gonna cover that distance, fairly quickly. Roll me a perception check, everybody who's out of the cart already, because he is going to. Oh, yeah. He is going to use one of his abilities to get into the sand and travel underneath the sand. There is some movement, but you gotta be pretty perceptive to pick it up because he did that pretty well.
It's a natural 20 for a 24.
Oh, yeah, you see it. Nope.
I do 15.
Oh, 15?
I'm looking up something because I have.
Oh.
Nope, that's nothing. Never mind. Yeah,
Don't you have like eagle vision? Doesn't that help your perception?
that just for distances.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I mean, I get advantage, but like it also
Like
helps me see
distance.
things at distances.
Gotcha.
But to see
Yeah.
something doing something like under the sand.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you rolled, yeah, your nat 20 will do it. Eric got a 22, all things said there. So you two both see it. It comes down under the sand and deep enough that it's hard to follow the motion, but you can almost see like little bitty pits forming in the sand where he's traveling, and sticks up his head. You guys follow it, you two don't. But he sticks up his head on the other side of the cart, since you're underneath where or over rather, where there's not stone underneath you, and lifts up his head to attack. And on that side, he's actually going to attack Eric, because you would have been driving, so I imagine you'd sit on the right side, or left side rather. I don't know why my brain just automatically thought that would be like a car. An American car at that.
Actually,
But
I think most wagons it's actually opposite. I think they actually drive on the right side with most
all
wagons.
right, well then he'll attack you instead.
Okay.
So this is gonna be a multi. Let's see.
If I remember right, because yeah, I think most wagons were driven on the left side.
Well, one of those is a natural 20. I'm sorry, dear.
Okay.
And one of them is definitely not gonna hit, because even with a +5, it's only a 6. And then there's an 18, and that's definitely gonna hit. So that's gonna be. Oh, thankfully the secondary roll on that nat 20 was low. So that's gonna end up being, well, that's gonna be 26 points of damage total. He's gonna like reach up one claw into the side of the wagon for you and kind of sink the claw in, whack the other claw towards you and kind of miss, but then sink in with his little rabid bat teeth.
Ugh.
Uh,
Ow.
so,
Okay.
uh, and that's gonna call it for him there. So that brings us to Eden.
All right, so Eden's gonna get out. Does he actually see anything right away getting out?
Getting out, you feel the wagon rock as the bat is climbing up there. So you see this weird colored, like you probably can't see its head because the head is like over where Teffin is. But if you were to come around on the right side of the wagon, you would see this weird, like mud flap looking giant sand colored thing with legs underneath that flap. As it flaps up, you can see it scrambling with its feet. But when it flaps down, it looks totally flat.
Hmm.
It's a weird, really uncomfortable looking thing, and the silhouette is similar to what you saw in the desert last night that reached up and just caught something and pulled it under. So,
Gotcha. All right. Well, that would hurt you. That would hurt you. That would hurt you.
just so many things that would
Hmm.
hurt other people.
All right, so we're gonna go with our new trick again. So Eden will sort of step up and he's gonna get right up on this thing and draw his sword, but with his other hand he's just gonna like smack it and is gonna cast something that is totally unrelated to the smack.
Okay.
He's gonna cast a psychic lance.
Psychic
So
glance. Okay.
it needs to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh. Oh, well, I rolled a 4 and it's not book smart. So, yeah, that's gonna be 3.
Nice. Okay, so it will take 29
Oof.
points of psychic damage, and because it failed its save, it is incapacitated until the start of my next turn.
Oof. Okay. So, while it's not gonna do any more damage, you have this bat now like hanging onto your shoulder by the teeth, just like not fully able to take its mouth off of you. But at least it's incapacitated now. Uh, so yeah, that's
Oh,
nice.
and with his free hand, he's gonna pop open one of his little compartments that has the strings in it, and he's gonna pluck two of them at the same time, and it'll just put this really soft note out. And Teffin, you will have a D8 Bardic Inspiration.
Nice. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, cool.
All right. Let's pull that out so that I can remind
And
myself.
yeah, and Scylla is going to. Which one is she gonna do? That seems like something that she would do. Okay. She's gonna try a blast, and it's gonna fail that save automatically. That's gonna hurt. All right. So you see her cast this, like, she moves her hands in this arc around her, and everything kind of shifts colors around her as she extends her hand out. Yes?
It does not necessarily fail, so incapacitated in 5th edition just means it can't take actions or reactions.
Oh, okay. So it's not an auto fail
It's
kind of
not
a
like
thing if
stunned,
it's.
no.
Gotcha. Thank you. Let
Mm-hmm.
me. It doesn't matter. He fails anyway. So, you see, you can kind of hear this screeching as she does it. This color distortion from this orb around her, moving in a line towards him, almost like the heat that you would see off the sand, but it also distorts the color where you see it. And you can see him screech and writhe with that. Um, yeah. So that hurt a lot. And that brings us back around to Paul,
Okay.
who is now awake.
So
How
did Paul get a
badly
natural 20 as well?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
How badly damaged does this thing look? Like from first, like, does it look like it just needs another like couple good hits? Like, does it look pretty messed up, or does it look like it's ready to flee?
It looks more flight than death.
Okay.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm like right at the top of the card. So I'm just gonna go over to where Teffin is, and I'm gonna grab the bat's mouth and I'm gonna pull it open off of his shoulder. I'm grabbing my
Nice.
immovable rod and I'm jamming that sucker as hard as I can into the top of its mouth and clicking that sucker and holding him in place.
Oh, okay. I don't even know what to make you roll for that. I guess that would be an improvised weapon attack.
Say it one more time.
I guess that would be an improvised weapon attack first.
Sure.
How have we did something similar to this before, and I'm forgetting how I had you roll
I think
for
you
it.
just had me roll to attack, and I mean,
Yeah,
I think you just gave me my normal attack bonus because it's essentially like jamming a spear or something into someone or a knife or something like that.
that makes sense. Yeah,
So
let's just go ahead and roll with that.
okay,
Go for it.
all right. Can I rage and do this?
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Like,
your
I'm gonna
bonus
wait, with
action.
rage.
It's a bonus action.
Rage is a bonus action, so you can take that first.
Bonus action rage.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
I'm going to do this recklessly. So reckless attack.
Okay.
And it can't even do
You
anything
really
about
want
it.
him to
27 to hit.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits. Yep. That's right on up there.
Okay. Do I roll? What
It
do you want me to roll for damage? If any damage.
um
The point is really
Improvised
get,
weapons are usually either a D4. Yeah, they're usually a D4.
I'm gonna say because of how this weapon works, unless he's able to free himself from it though, the initial weapon damage will hold with all of your proficiencies, all that kind of stuff. But then also any for any round that he can't get away from it, he will continue to take that damage because there is going to be a weapon jammed through his pretty much the front of his face. So yeah. Um let's go ahead and do that. Why not?
so
That seems
uh, so just the +5 that I get then. Don't roll anything. Just do +5 for strength.
yeah.
Or it would actually
Or
be 7 because
at
of my
the
rage bonus.
say that again, sorry.
It would actually be 7 damage because of my rage bonus.
Yeah, it would be 7. So your D4 plus 7.
Okay, so D4
And,
plus 7. Like
yeah.
here.
And then add strength as well?
Well,
Because
that's in the
strength is
plus
usually
7.
added to
That is-
damage. Oh, okay. Sorry.
So that's 3. So that's 10. 10 total damage.
Okay.
Do
Okay,
I get
good
Do I
deal.
get my extra attack this round as well? If
Yeah.
I don't, that's fine. I figured maybe with me prying the mouth open and jamming the
Oh, okay.
thing, that might use all my stuff up. But I just wanted to check. Good.
Yeah, if you had like done a downward strike or something like that, but if you're prying him off of Tefn, yeah, that would probably eat your other attack. So good call
Okay,
there.
yeah.
Um,
So
yeah, but he's not going anywhere without really having to try for it. So that works. Nicely
and then I'm
done.
holding,
Nicely
like
done.
I'm holding on, really, really jam it in there, and I'm like holding on to this guy. So that's my turn.
Paul,
Actually,
remind me. Oh,
for
sorry.
oh, roll me as a part of that prying his. I'm gonna think of like that holding part as a part of that pry. Roll me a strength check, like an opposed grapple. Because I
Okay,
want to see like how well you're able to hold him. So
okay,
it's
so
not gonna
that's
eat roll.
16.
Yep, yep. Uh, man. Okay, I'm trading dice because that one has rolled like so many single digits this time. I don't know why I'm still rolling with it. Okay. Eden, what was that?
Oh, just saying. Paul, remind me next time we're in town, we should get a weapon, like a blade attached to that thing.
Ooh, ooh. Hmm.
Good idea.
Yeah. So is Keith,
I'm
has he
still here.
fallen off the world for everybody?
No, I'm still here.
No,
Okay. So I think my computer is really, really slow because it's saying that Keith is still loading image-wise and Steven is
Yeah, I don't
his
have
cam's turned
Stevens,
on
but
My
I've still
my
got a video
camera is
up.
off for just a moment.
No
and
worries.
no problem. And then Jason is frozen in this position.
Yeah,
Uh
I think that's just your computer,
so
unfortunately.
if I suddenly fall off the face of the planet, it's a technical issue on my end. But I can still hear you guys, so I'm just gonna carry on as if nothing is weird.
Okay.
Um okay, so that wraps Paul's turn. That brings us to Tefn.
So Teffin's going to reach up to his shoulder and twist a dial, and this little nozzle is going to pop up over his shoulder, and it's going to spray right into the creature's mouth. Tasha's caustic brew. So normally,
Okay.
I will let you figure out how you want to handle this. It is a dex save. I would assume because it's fixed in place because of the immovable rod, it would have disadvantage on making the check.
I think that's definitely accurate. And neither of those was above a 10.
Yep, that's going to fail.
So,
So it is going to take like a
jeez.
mouthful. It is going to take a mouthful of acid into its mouth, and
So,
it's going to
how
take 9 points of acid damage.
9 points of acid damage.
And
quick question.
it will continue to take it will continue to take acid damage at the start of each of its turn.
Okay, Paul, you're kind of attached to this thing's head, right?
That's exactly what I was about to ask.
So
Is it
it's
a spray? Like what's the
it is a
direction?
30-foot line. It's a 30-foot by 5-foot line. And I'm assuming since it's like right there and the nozzle pops up, it's just right down its throat. I will leave it up to you to determine. It is a line, so I'm assuming Paul is like off to the side somewhere, so he's not I don't know. It's entirely up to you.
So, 30 foot by 5 foot?
It is a 30-foot
Is
long,
that
but it basically it's 6 blocks long on the grid by one grid wide.
I think to be grappling him, he's going to be occupying that same
Okay,
block. So, Paul, you're going to need to probably make that dex save
make the
too.
dex save. Yeah.
And if you
Nat
make the
20.
dex save, oh yeah, haha, excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
Um,
So making the save negates damage. You don't take any.
Sweet, sweet. So you're able to negotiate like where the where the thing's head is to be able to get behind it and not take any of that damage. Very nice. Of all the times to get an at 20, that was a really good one. Um, very nice. Okay, does that wrap your turn, Tevin?
That will wrap up my turn, yes.
Good deal. Okay, let's see. Oh. Um, Eric, being confused by the strange, like, weaponry going off and all of that kind of stuff, does sort of swing towards the monster, but also kind of being concerned about all of the people in the general vicinity, ends up kind of taking a bit of a sharp turn to avoid hitting you guys. So he ends up missing on that one. He does have 2. Oh, jeez, I cannot roll for crap today. That was a nat 1. So yeah, yeah, nope. So that's gonna bring us to Thea. I swear this guy is a competent person. It just doesn't look like it right this second.
I will use my movement if I need to use any of it to get within 60 feet of this sandbat, and I'm going to cast Dissonate Whisper.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, go for it. Is that a
I
save?
need it to make a wisdom saving throw, which it has at disadvantage because of
Disadvantage. Right. So yeah, that's gonna be a 10. At least it was a double digit.
Oh, and then I get an extra one. Ooh, 12.
Not good rolls at all.
No, that's good. And then I get any.
Usually with magic spells, you just get your dice.
Well, I know, but I've got a couple of extra thingies. Not for this spell. Okay. So 18 points of damage.
Nice. Nice. Uh-huh. He's definitely looking like he's hurting now. For sure. And anything else?
No, I don't really have a bonus action. I guess I'll just
Okay.
bonus action Shillelagh for my quarterstaff. Maybe I'll hit it in a minute.
Okay. So that brings us back to the bat.
So at the start of
Cannot
its
take
turn,
actions or reactions.
and at the start of its turn, it takes 4 points of acid damage.
Okay. And so it now is going to use one of its actions to try
Nope.
to escape.
Nope.
Huh?
It
It
use
can't.
an action.
No actions
oh,
or reactions because it is incapacitated.
That's right. So it can't try and break this grapple.
Nope.
Okay. So he's just hanging out there. Never mind.
Just hanging
Eden-
out there,
Try to
taking
move,
damage.
right? It does have movement.
What was that? Sorry.
Does it have movement still, though? It just can't take actions or reactions, so it could still attempt
It does
to
have.
move.
It could. But it is grappled and stuck by an immovable rod. But I guess if it moved hard enough that it ripped
It
that
can't
out
break-
of its face.
Can't break the grapple to move.
Yeah.
All
So
movement
that's the
is
thing. Like,
reduced to 0.
Sure. Here's the one thing I would say that you might want to consider. Paul weighs like nothing,
that's true.
so I know how the mechanics of a grapple work, but I also think the reality of like a giant bat creature could easily take off with Paul grappling its mouth shut.
But it has an immovable rod.
Yeah, the rod is because you have clicked that rod into place now, right?
Oh no, yeah, that rod is there.
I guess it could try to rip through it. And I didn't think about this, but when I cast Dissonant Whisper, it has to use its movement to get away from me. I don't know if that would like rip it out of the immovable rod.
Huh. This is an
There's a lot of
interesting
mechanics
scenario.
going on. Like,
Let
for
me-
this one.
So let me try something here.
Technically,
I'm going.
technically the grappled condition ends when the creature becomes incapacitated.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he's not grappled anymore. He is incapacitated.
Except that it was incapacitated before it was grappled. So, I'm not real sure how that works. There's a lot of stuff
Huh.
going on here.
This is why I love this game. Like, I'm such a type A person, and there's so many rules, and I love it.
Yep.
I think in
So,
this circumstance, it needs to be like a home brew
Yeah, I
decision.
mean, it's got an
yeah,
immovable rod jammed into its jaw. I
yeah.
would rule that it's basically pinned in place and can't go anywhere. I mean, it can try to use its movement to pull loose, but even that's like trying to break a grapple. And if it can't take an action, it can't try and break the grapple. So it's like pinned in place at least this turn, would be the way I would rule
So,
it. But that's just me.
here's kind of what I'm thinking. Here's kind of what I'm thinking. I think that because of the situation here, like the grapple that Paul has is to hold his mouth closed on the immovable rod, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so he could theoretically remain grappled if he were to sacrifice hit points to get out and like rip himself free, which that's not necessarily breaking Paul's grapple so much as it is breaking his face with the immovable rod. Um, so there is a possibility that he could fly away with Paul clinging to his face and never actually break the grapple. So I'm gonna roll. He's gonna have to have it's gonna have to be a pretty high, a pretty stout strength save to be able to actually do that. If he's able to make the save, then he will be able to use his movement, but he's going to take some significant damage as the rod, like, pretty well just pulls through his snout. So, yeah. Um, and Paul will get a nice, like, eyeful, probably, of snot and blood and all that gore.
Paul loves it. Tell me.
Okay,
Paul's in it. He's ready to go. He's raging.
so of all the times that I could roll a high one, this is all right. So you see this bat rip his face away, and it just takes a chunk of the side of his snout with it. The rod is still there, just covered in gore. Your gnome is still attached to this bat's face, and he's gonna fly 50 feet away.
Okay,
Moving back away.
so I have the feat. Um, where is it? I have the feat Warcaster, which gives me the ability to use my reaction to make a spell opportunity attack that has a casting time
Ooh.
of 1 action and targets only that creature. So
Okay.
I'm going to sort of flip a switch, and there's going to be like 3 pulses from my center chest plate, and I'm going to cast Magic Missile and try and hit it. Actually, I am going to hit it.
You just did it.
Just boo boo boo. So it's going to take 3, another 2, and another 5. So it's going to take 10 points of damage from that.
It's looking pretty dang rough now.
So it is also leaving my range, I believe. Yes,
Yes.
since I was in
But you
spanking
are-
range.
Yes, you were in spanking range. You are no longer in spanking range. You could at least close to spell distance, though. So.
Oh, I
You
don't have
might already be
Warcaster,
in.
so I can't. I would only be able to right as it's leaving.
Well, your turn is next, is what I was thinking.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you wanted to, if that was an attack of opportunity for you as it crossed your range, that would make sense.
Gotcha.
So.
Oh, and quick question: what level are we, guys? We're still 7th
Yeah, I've
level,
still got us
correct?
as 7, yeah.
Okay, just making
I
sure.
think so, yeah.
Okay. Then in that case, we're going to do a quick stabby stab before he leaves range. Nope, not 70, 60, 20. It's 320 plus 3. Or plus 6. Okay, so 24 to hit.
That's definitely gonna hit.
Okay, and that is. Oh, sorry, D8. So it's 9 points of stabby stab damage as it flees.
9 points of the stabby.
And then we're going to do
Yes.
some more spell work, because that's. So it moved 60 feet, is what you said, yeah? Or 50 feet?
50 feet.
Okay, yeah, so that'll
Thank
be
you
out
for
of
listening.
my range. So we're going to move. I'll move my 30 feet closer, and then we're going to use Vicious Mockery as he just plays two really, really awful dissonant notes. So it will
And
need. Oh, go ahead.
you can like he screeches back, and you can tell that this dissonance is like, yeah, like it does not settle well with him. And that's a wisdom save.
Let's see. Wisdom saving throw. Yep.
And it has
Does it still have
disadvantage.
disadvantage on that? Okay. So that's gonna be an 11. I imagine that's a fail.
That is a fail.
We chose the wrong card on the wrong day.
Ooh, no
So
joke.
it'll take 6 points of psychic damage,
Okay.
and that will be Eden's turn.
He is
Oh, ooh,
really looking
and
rough.
he's going to death mark it as well. So Eden's, not that anybody can see it, but Eden's eyes will go black.
Cool. Okay. So, getting to Scylla. She's got. Heh. Oh. Paul's still attached.
Mm-hmm.
No, she wouldn't. She would not do that, knowing that Paul is still attached.
He's butt ass naked, by the way, in case anybody forgot.
I did forget actually. Thanks for the reminder. Okay, so there's still a chance that that would go wrong.
Plus, also, there's this immovable rod, like, hanging in the air right in front of Teffin.
Yep.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, there is. Okay, so she's going to. Where'd it go? I lost it. Is that touch or range? I think that's range. $120. Okay. So she's actually going to. Oh, this will be interesting for Paul, but not harmful per se. She is going to cast slow, into a 40-foot cube where they are starting to enter now, to keep them from going very much farther very quickly. So that needs to be a wisdom saving throw for both you and the bat, Paul.
Paul's not going to make this one. That's a 10.
It's okay, the bat didn't either. Yeah, the bat didn't either. So, yep, you are now slowed. So all of the speed is halved. It takes a -2 to AC and Dex saves. Cannot use reactions. You can use an action or a bonus, but not both. It can't make more than one melee attack on its range. Man, Paul's not gonna like Scylla after this. Although I doubt he knows where this came from. So that's
It's just as
fine.
likely, yeah, it's just as likely Eden as anybody else.
This is fair. Um, yeah. So that's the thing. So you see, as this thing is flying away, trying to make a speedy escape, all of the sudden, like Paul is like about to do something terrible to it and slows way down. At the same time, the actual flighted that the bat starts to slow down, and because of that, it kind of starts slowly moving towards the ground because he does not have enough momentum to stay in the air. So yeah, that's a lot of stuff happening all at once. Paul, you're about to be on a land vehicle instead of an air vehicle. Go for it.
Okay. Paul is going to use his action to take his hand and shove it into the wound that was created by the ripping of the um, immovable rod. Grip onto whatever he can grip onto, and he's going to use his strength to force the creature to take a turn to the ground to try to slam it with force into the ground and keep it in check. So it's basically going to be like a kind of like another grapple essentially, but so it'll be an
All
opposing
right.
strength.
Yeah, let's do it. That one is better, although you probably still got a higher one. So that's 19?
Oh, you beat me! I got an 18.
Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, okay. So it is this is like a rally for it. Like it is really, really displeased
Oh,
with the state of
oh,
life in
I'm
general.
sorry. Nope, you did fail. I haven't been adding my proficiency bonus to that, so
Oh,
sorry. I got a +3 to that.
yep, yep. You take it over. Go for it.
My bad.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I just grab it and I'm just like ratcheting it down to the side so it can't get whatever momentum it needs to get into the sand, but rather trying to get it to crash like across the sand.
Nice, nice. Very good. It does actually, it's already close enough to the ground that while you're not sure just yet if it's going to manage to keep it above the sand, it does crash it into the sand. So, very nice. Okay. So Teffin, before your turn, um, you are going to take note that Eric looks rather concerned at this point, uh, and points over the sides where there are places in the sand that look like they are moving, not in the same pattern that you just saw. Let me see if I can find this thing. Where'd it go? I have all these things bookmarked. There we go. Um, there are these big, like, almost insect like backs that you kind of start seeing through the sand moving towards where the thing just crash landed. Uh, and there are two of them on their way over to the side. You can't get a good look at what they are exactly, um, other than really unsettling looking. Uh, it looks like they would be about, I don't know. The back that you are seeing is bigger than yours. And there are two of them that seem to be like coming up just over the sand and then burrowing under. Uh so Eric has just pointed that out to you. Um
But they're
you
not
can do
moving
with that
toward.
what you
They're not moving towards the cart. They're moving towards the creature
the downed
And
creature,
Paul.
yes.
and Paul.
Yes,
Okay.
and Paul. Um yeah.
Okay.
There
Um,
seems to be an interest, perhaps, in the blood that has been spilt.
okay. Hmm. Well, for the moment, they're not a danger, so they go sort of lower tier. So There's
Okay.
gonna be a click and a whine, sort of build up, and I'm gonna sort of pull back and blast out a couple of uh, attacks from my lightning launcher in my chest plate. And the first one is going to be a 23, and that there goes the bardic inspiration,
That will definitely hit.
and it'll do 7 points of lightning damage.
He's looking so rough.
And then the second attack will be a 22
That will
for
also hit.
max damage, 10 points of lightning damage.
All right. It flops onto the ground like it's limping around trying so hard to continue to exist, and it's not looking like it's going to make it whether or not you kill it right now or not. It looks like it's probably going to die soon. So, that's it. It's looking real rough. So that's you.
That's me.
So Eric knows what these things are and is going to jump off the side of the cart and go attack one of them twice. Ha ha! Finally. Good job, Eric. That's good. Okay. So, he's going to chase after one of these, one of the backs of these things under the sand, take a gigantic swipe at it with the scimitar, and you can just, like, you hear this screeching. This is a carrion crawler, if you're familiar with that. I don't know. I don't know if you can see this or not. There we go. So a bit of a scavenger, if you will. There we go. They can tell that there is something falling in the area and they're coming after it. It is still alive, but it looks like even with those 2 hits, it looks pretty significantly damaged. And it rears up out of the sand and ends up like flinging sand all over Eric and just squealing. So that is him. Thea.
So Eric's like right up on one of those things, right?
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
he's kind of to the front side of it, so since you're coming around from behind, it would be between you and him.
We'll do an Eldritch Blast. 2 beings, 1 at each.
Sweet.
Eldritch
Go for it.
Get him.
It's a 19.
Yep, that'll do it.
So that is a D10. $11 damage to both.
Nice. So,
And then how far away
So-
are Paul and the bat thing that he was riding?
so they are still sitting right at about 50 feet because it grounded them. And if you have moved forward, then that's however far forward you would be closer to them because they've not made it any farther than what the bat made it the first round. First round that it was off of the hook, literally.
I guess I'll move just a little bit closer. I want to say, like, because most of my spells are ranged, so I just want to say, like, with a ranged spell attack, but just a little bit closer to, like, Eric and these 2 other creatures. Not
Okay,
melee.
yeah.
I have 30 feet. I don't know how many feet I need.
Well, let's see, because the first one moved 50. So now that should put it right in your range, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so.
To get right up on it.
Yeah.
I think you froze. Are you still there?
Yeah, they're still there.
Oh, maybe I. It might have just been me that froze. Sorry. Okay. Um. So that's you, Thea. Okay. So let's see how this thing does. It's going to try to burrow and take Paul with it.
Okay, so at the start of its turn, it will take.
Oh gosh,
It'll take 3 points of acid damage.
it's so close to being dead. Okay. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. So Paul, I'm gonna do this as an opposed strength check again.
Okay.
You are going to keep it grappled anyway. It's not trying to break its grapple, but it is trying to drag you under with it. So if you're able to like wrangle it back, then you're going to be able to keep it from doing that. Oh, that's not bad. You still can definitely roll higher than that, possibly.
Well, I did not roll very good.
Ooh.
14.
It got an 18. Okay. So all of a sudden you see this bat. It's not moving quickly, but it manages to turn itself down into the sand, and you see this like burrowing into the sand. Paul, I will consider it a reaction to let go if you want to. But also you're Paul's, so
Yeah, not letting go.
so you're going on a really sandy journey, my friends. Uh
And rip you
okay.
to shreds in all kinds of terrible places because you're
This is
naked.
gonna be terrible, yeah. Oh, I forgot you were naked again. Oh
Oh, half
no.
damage. I'm raging, baby. It's
Mm.
You get sand in your cheeks.
His first ability, like he's not gonna be able to get you low enough to cause compression damage, but you're gonna have the worst, like, just sand rash, like rug burn everywhere on your body that you've ever had anywhere on your body. It's gonna be awful. Okay, so that just happened, and he's gonna move with you on him. So yeah, you will take. I don't even. I did not plan this baddie with the appropriate thing, so I'm gonna say this is gonna be like a friction damage kind of a thing. Um, Thankfully, it's a really low roll, so you're only gonna take 3 points of surface damage here.
is
Um,
that? Did you have that from the rage or?
oh no, actually, so it's just gonna be, I guess, one. Um, so yeah, you're still fine, but it's real uncomfortable. Um, yeah, wow. This was not. I should have seen this coming. I should have seen this coming.
How could you?
Uh,
How could
all
What's the
right.
most unlikely
So
thing possible? That's what'll happen.
I'm not even sure that this is the most unlikely thing possible. I don't even know why I didn't see this coming. So yeah, he's going to travel. Roll me anybody who is focusing on them instead of the two new things. Roll me a perception check to see if you can follow where they are,
Oh, no, shoot.
or investigation. Honestly, I would take that too.
Are you trying to keep up with
I can
the bugs or?
actually
No, I
do
thought the thing was
that.
dead, so I started attacking the bugs.
Oh, okay.
21.
Is it 21? Okay.
16.
So you're able to see 16. It's a little bit more subtle for you, but you can still track it. Um, you do definitely notice that the movement seems to capture the attention of the crawlers. So there's some movement that direction too. All right, so that takes care of that. Eden? Yeah. You haven't
I can
actually
see him, but
taken
I
your
don't
turn yet,
know.
right?
Yeah, not this round. Don't know what I can actually do to help. Um,
I can't imagine what must be going through Eden's head watching the ball just disappear under the sand. Like so much of like, damn it, Paul!
like I don't know how I'm gonna get him out.
Why wouldn't you let go?
All you had to do was stop holding on. Um, I have literally nothing I can do to help him, so I'm gonna go after the things that are likely to try to eat him once that thing dies.
I mean, that's a real solid plan. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Um, yeah, no, I got nothing. So he's just gonna run up and take two swipes at it with his sword.
Okay, go for it. And I do know I just sent this to you, so that I do know that your sword does something special now, but I forgot what. I need to go back in our stuff and reread that. So I apologize. I didn't think
No, that's
about
fine.
double checking that.
I don't remember if we decided or not. But anyway, let's see. Two melee strikes with a rapier. So the first one is a natural 20 for 26,
Ooh. Oh
and the
yeah.
second one is 17 for 23.
Oh yeah. They both hit. Are you going for the one that's already that is the worst injured, or the least injured?
Least injured probably.
Cool.
Okay, so that is, oh well, 9 plus 6 is 3, so 12 points from the critical, and 4 plus 3, 7 points from the not critical.
Okay, say that again. Sorry.
Oh, wait, sorry. Okay, so I rolled a 1, so that's 8, 9. Sorry, that's 12 points from the critical, and 4 plus 3 is 7 points from the not critical.
Okay. So that one's not happy about life. Now they're both pretty close to equally unhappy about life. Okay, Scylla, having seen this thing just take Paul under, and knowing that
Dang
it
it,
looked
Paul.
really close to death, I think she's gonna go with something low level, because he didn't look too terrible at this point. Actually, he didn't look injured at all. He did look very naked, though. Um, let's see. She is going to throw a first level on it in that same area and do. Is that gonna be. Yeah, she's gonna run up closer to it, which is gonna take her closer to the other things. But she's going to throw a witch bolt on it. And is that one an attack spell? Yeah, ranged attack spell. Oh, that'll hit. Okay. And 1d12. And that's gonna do it. Okay. So she aims for the broadest part. It is lightning damage, so Paul is going to feel a little discomfort from it, but he's not going to take actual damage because it's not an area. Yeah, it's going to buzz him real good. So Paul, you notice that your underground mount, pretty much, suddenly stops moving. And all of the sudden, if your hair could stand on end under all the sand, it would. Like you feel this wild buzzing in your body from definitely feels like you just stuck your finger in an electrical socket. Not that he would necessarily know what that feels like. So yeah. um, and the beast below you stops moving finally. Anybody above the ground would realize that now the others, the other bad things, their attention is definitely turned. They didn't take their turn a minute ago. Oh well, that's okay. We'll get back to it.
I think it's the bottom of the round. They could certainly take their turn now.
Okay, that works. So let's see. Eric is right there. The one that has been attacked by Eric is going to attack him because he is closer than any of the other threats right now. So that's gonna be tentacle and bite attack. Holy crap! And we're back to rolling single digits. Okay, both of those are gonna miss. And then the other one, I believe Thea and Thea, you're not right up against it, are you? Or did you decide you wanted to be closer?
I wanted to move up a little bit, but I didn't want to get within like melee.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you're still a little ways back. So Eden, you're still in melee range with it, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, those were much better. Okay, so one is gonna be a 16. Does a 16 hit?
Sorry, yes, yes. I
Okay,
found
okay, so
the sword stuff.
awesome. So the other one definitely hits if a 16 hits. So that's gonna be 8 and 1, 2. It's gonna be first is gonna be 5. And I'm gonna need you to make a con save for me.
Con
And then
save.
for the melee, it's gonna be 2d4.
Ooh.
6, so that's gonna be 11 points. Okay, so 11 points of piercing damage altogether, and then what was your save?
6.
Oh yeah, that's a fail. So you are poisoned.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like the
Funsy.
poisoned condition, or poisoned and taking damage.
Oh. So not poisoned and taking damage, poisoned and paralyzed.
Even better.
Yeah. So poison condition and paralyzed.
Got it. Those are
And you
bad news.
are, yeah, you are paralyzed for 1 minute. I'm really glad that they missed Eric now. Cool. So now we have a paralyzed Eden, and now we're back around to our underground gnome.
Am I pretty confident this thing's dead?
Roll me an insight check or an intelligence check or
I
a
mean,
wisdom save. Honestly, any of those I would take.
I've killed a lot of things, so I feel like I'm pretty familiar with death.
You are at least very positive that it's unconscious. You might not necessarily know how its breathing patterns work to know if it's unconscious or dead, but you're probably reasonably confident that it's dead and it's definitely unconscious.
Okay. I mean, if I'm reasonably confident that it's unconscious or dead, I guess I would drop my rage and get the heck out or climb back out of the sand.
Okay. I'm gonna need for you to make me a strength save to be able to pull your weight up, but also a dex save. So this is gonna be a 2 save here.
Okay,
Because
so
you're gonna have to figure out how to
it's
say
saving
that
throws
again.
for both.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm
Because
gonna hold on. I'm gonna hold on to my rage for this to try
okay,
to
that
burst
makes
out
sense.
of the sand. So I get
That makes sense.
advantage on these checks.
Do it.
So
Yep.
we'll do the strength first. So that's a 18.
18. That will do.
My strength. Okay, and then for Dex, 23.
Okay. So the sand takes you a lot more strength to move through than Paul's brain probably imagined that it would. You're not under by much, but your head is probably under by, I don't know, it's probably maybe 6 inches, and it is hard to move this much sand. But once you start getting to the point that you can, something kind of takes over in you where you're able to figure out, like, as you spread wider, you're able to stay up better. And you're able to just kind of negotiate up really slowly to get your head back up above. Um, with the nature of sand, it'll take you probably another turn to pull yourself all the way out, but you are able to free yourself up to your waist for that one. Because it takes a few seconds to pull yourself out of sand if you're going to be able to. So yeah, you're at least up out of the sand now, able to breathe.
Just for the visual of it too, I'd like everybody that scene from Ace Ventura when nature calls when he bursts up and he's like covered in like the white powder, right? And he like shakes it off and all the like just like Paul like bursts up and just shakes and all this freaking sand just starts flying everywhere.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's wonderful. Yeah, so you are successfully escaping your death by sand.
Another side question,
Zephin.
real quick.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Go for it.
So the lightning bolt that struck
Uh huh.
the creature, did it leave a bunch of like glass,
It
like
did.
you know, like yeah? Is any of it sharp and near me?
It's not sharp by itself, but it's pretty fragile and can be broken into sharp.
Grab a piece of that glass, like just when I see one, because I'm gonna need something to stab one of these worms with.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Good deal. Yeah, I'm just gonna that seems fair as you're like digging your way past that, being able to identify, oh, this is a solid piece of something. And I'm glad you said that because I had actually had that thought of like this is going to leave glass behind when it melts because it's lightning. That's cool.
For those of you
Um,
at home who may not have caught it, this is because all three of his axes are currently still stuck in the top of the cart.
Yep.
yep,
Just making sure that that was clear.
Yep.
yep. All of the actual weapons are on top of the cart. Uh, and he's still naked. Uh, so yeah, and very, very like sand burned now. Taffin. There's a
All
bright
right.
red naked half gnome.
So I saw one of these things take Eden down, right?
Well, he's not down. He's still standing, but he is paralyzed, so he's frozen in place at this point.
Okay. Um, so I'm going to target that one and send out a shot from my lightning launcher.
All right.
13?
13 does not hit.
Okay, so I'll take a second shot with it. 19.
That one will.
And that will deal 8 points of lightning damage to the creature.
Good deal. 8 points. He's looking pretty rough on that one. All right, good. And is that you?
Yeah, that'll be me.
Hey, Thea.
Eldridge Blast.
All right,
16.
Fjord.
Fjord. 16?
15. No, whoa, I
15.
can't math.
Ooh.
Sorry. 24.
Oh, that definitely hits. I mean, the other one
Okay.
would have too, but that one hits even better.
Sorry. Your brain doesn't work when you're pregnant. It really, I always thought that was like a joke, but it's not.
I mean, my brain doesn't work and I'm not pregnant, so it's fine. Fine.
Man, I keep rolling sixes. Oh wait, no, that's a 9 and a 6. So one of them gets 14 points of damage. The other one gets 11 points of damage.
Which one? Because that's important. The one that is next to Eden.
Yeah, the one that's next to Eden takes some more damage.
All right. That one is now deceased. And the other one takes 11?
Yes.
Okay. The other one is also looking very unhappy with life. Okay. So. Oh, I missed Eric's turn in there. That's fine. He's an NPC. It's okay. So yes, you kill the one. The other one is still up, but also very badly injured. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and have him take his. Woohoo! Okay. One of those is a nat 20, and that will be enough to do the job. So he swings up really, really firmly with his first strike and slashes through, and then just with his scimitar completely cleaves the head off of the other one. So they are both now dead. Did somebody say something in there and I just missed it? I thought I heard something. No?
Nope.
Okay. So with that, he is going to look over and see that there is a gnome trying to escape the sand and run over towards him. And as he is doing this, he is calling out to you guys. I would advise that you all be quite quick, or we're going to have about 50 of these things all upon us at once. As he says that, you actually see one of the corpses of the carrion crawlers like being slowly pulled down into the sand. So there are more there, and now you've got a quick run back to the cart. So he has not registered yet that Eden is paralyzed. So he's moving over towards Paul because it looks like Paul needs more help. Scylla is going to see that Eden is not moving and try to gather him. How heavy is Eden?
Eden's pretty tall. So maybe 190, 200, 210 pounds maybe.
Surprisingly, she rolled pretty decently on her strength. So while it's not a graceful thing, she's kind of able to get you into a really, really sad fireman's carry and kind of like waddle you over to the thing and deposit you back in. It's not. It's a little bumpy. You're probably gonna have a bruise on your hip from like being put back in the cart. And Paul Eric comes over to you and like grabs your arm and just helps pull you out. Forgetting or maybe not having totally fully realized until this moment that you were naked. And there's this like brief moment of, huh, and then just nothing. It seems far less phased by this than he probably ought to be. And just kind of like helps you work your way uh, out of that. I imagine once you're out, you're probably not too keen on being assisted, but uh,
Yeah, no, once
yeah.
he pulls, like, once I get pulled out, I'm ready to just, like, go on to the next part of the fight. So,
All right. So you are able to see that there are actually roll me a perception check for being able to see this in the sand. We'll see how well you guys do at getting Paul to disengage now, because there are other things he can engage with. It could be an entertaining time for everybody.
well, having taken damage from the sand, I still could have my rage going
You
too.
you could. This is true.
So, so is this like something that I would be seeing from a distance, or
Um,
for the perception? Because I have my eagle vision, so
this
that
yeah,
gives me
this
like,
wouldn't be far off so much. The ones that are closer will be taking notice that they smell death in the sand. So the farther out they get, the less they're going to be able to do that.
yeah. So I just rolled a 10.
Okay, so um, there's nothing really that you see that alerts you to the idea that there are other things to fight. At least not yet. So, um, do you? I guess at that point, would you just go ahead and go back to the wagon, or are there any
Yeah,
other
if there's
things that
nothing
you're
left
going
to
to do
fight, I
beforehand?
guess I just kind of like get looking a little deflated, and then I'll
Right.
pick up another piece of glass if I can find one, and then I just start heading back to the cart.
Yeah, it's an easy enough thing to do to find another piece of glass from that. That's all right. Um, and once you get back to the cart, I will have you roll another perception check because you're going to be up higher. So while you're not necessarily far away, you have a better vantage point because you're not right on top of the sand anymore. So you can roll me one more perception check and see if you can see any of the things that are in the sand.
Ha! Nope, natural one.
Nope. Nope. He's just ejected. So yeah, you're able to all get back into the cart, and Eric
What's
is
my
just
roll?
gonna like Eric's just going to instruct you, Teffin, to go quickly to the next part that
Yeah,
is rock.
so I'm
Uh,
gonna keep. So once everyone's back aboard, I will flip the reins and we'll start up.
and he will turn around and into the little slit that allows kind of communication back and forth between the people up front and the passengers in back. He's gonna look back. I'm gonna stop the cart. I'll have Teffin stop the cart when we get back to the stone. Are you guys okay? Is anyone too hurt back there? Um, and Scylla's going to answer back in a panic. He's like, he's not moving. He's not responding. What do I do? And that might be. I don't, does Scylla? Do you have? Wrong one. Thea. Uh, do you have anything for that? Is that a thing that you
I
have spells for?
I have some healing potions and I have that antitoxin. Do I think that one
Okay.
would work better than the other?
The antitoxin would probably. I mean, he got bit, but like this seems the paralysis part seems antitoxin related. So
Is there a
I
book
think you
about the
could figure
desert
that
where
out.
they have information on these creatures that might tell you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it would. So yeah, you've already read it. Um, I'm not going to make you roll an investigation for that. You would remember, even if you have to refer back to the book to know which ones, you would know that that was something that was in the book. So,
Okay.
so this is
So yeah, so I'll use, I guess, the antitoxin kit is what we decided.
yeah, yep,
Okay.
yep, yep.
So
That'll
I will
work.
use that on Eden.
Okay.
Do I roll something?
So
Better.
I think
Magic.
I have to remember how those kits work. Just a second. Like it's effectively the restoration version of a like a medicine kit. But I don't hardly ever use these, so I have to remember how they work.
The first time I've used it on was Stella, and I don't remember. I think.
Okay, so yeah, actually that keeps you from having to make a medicine check. You've got the kit, so you're able to do this without actually having to make a check. So if you'd waited just a few seconds later, you'd probably been okay without it. But Eden, you
Well, does that
do
help with the poisoned bit? Because that's actually
uh
worse than the paralyzed bit.
it does actually. That will get through the poison part of this as well. So you're able to kind of shake it off after a minute. Like your joints straight up seized through this, and you're able to finally kind of like let loose and relax and whatnot. So
Thank you.
You're welcome.
um,
And then
you
as the
hear
cart gets moving again, because it's just been a while since we played, and I've forgotten about a lot of things. I will send my little Bumblefuzz out to do like some parameter checks.
oh I forgot about that too.
You do.
Nice. So Archimedes is now a Bumblefuzz.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I love it. Okay, so um, I guess have Archimedes roll for me for his perception and see
You
how
pull
he.
stats. He has advantage. So 16.
And the stats.
All right.
5th edition. And we're doing what? Wisdom?
Perception.
Perception. Perception has a +3.
19.
Nice. So you do see there are other
It
like
has
flapping kind of motions happening in the sand a little bit in the distance. Closest to you, however, from where you are leaving behind, you see several little indentations forming in the sand where the corpses of everything that has died are being tugged underneath the sand by these crawlers, and you can kind of see almost a little storm underneath the sand happening as they are being like ripped to shreds and devoured by these scavengers. And you can actually see kind of around them there are other like backs of these things that pop up. There are probably about like 10 of them in that immediate area all fighting for the dead bodies of these things. So they are otherwise indisposed right now, being interested in that, and are not currently following your wagon. They are more distracted by the dead things. So, it only takes a few more yards for you to be able to get back onto the stone, and that seems to quiet things around you. So when you're on rock bed, things tend to be a lot more quiet, even though it's hard to tell the difference visually because they're covered with sand. Makes a big difference to all the stuff that might live under it. So, yes. Eric.
So while we
Oh,
are Sorry. While we are going, if we're doing essentially a short rest, Eden's gonna start playing, and we're gonna do Song of Rest. So anybody who wants to, uh, let's see, yeah, anybody who wants to use a hit die will get an extra 1d6 on top of that.
Good deal. And so anyone who wants that Song of Rest,
I'm not sure that I can
and-
while I'm driving. I can't take a short rest because I'm being active.
Eric would actually offer if you wanted for him to. Now he does not have proficiency with like a
Land
mount
vehicles.
or land vehicles, so. Uh, but since you were injured and he was not, he would offer to take the reins for a bit if you wanted to take a little bit of a break to dress your wounds or anything like that.
When he offers, Paul peeks his head forward and I'll drive if you need me to.
Which head is he peeking forward?
This is like flapping in the wind.
Hmm.
Teffin's just not going to dignify it with a response.
I've
forget,
never
like,
seen you
he's-
drive anything, so I don't know.
For some reason, I thought he took the reins for Teffin at one point before, and
I believe he did actually.
I can't recall, but there's no telling.
yeah, I mean, I could totally be wrong about that. It's entirely possible. I take
I
it Teffin is
I crawl up to the front, and basically squeeze my naked ass in the seat, and I just go to grab the reins, and I'd be like, "Go ahead, take a rest."
at least at least put clothes on.
He does not. He does not pull clothes on.
You're gonna get
Eric-
sunburned in really awful places.
He's
Oh,
already
yes.
been like
Oh,
the
so
sand has
bad.
already jacked up his skin. Like at this point, like he doesn't. He's not even cared anymore.
Man, oh man.
Okay. Well, all right. So I'll take a break. And
So yeah. So Paul uses his speak with animals, and he just basically is talking to Quimby while he's
I love that.
holding the reins. Paul's not actually driving the car. He's just talking to Quimby and be like, "Hey, we just need to follow the rock path. So you just do your thing, buddy." And he starts talking. Did you see that giant bat thing? That was crazy.
That was a weird ass horse, man.
That was
I
crazy. Did
I
you
have
see me go
never
over the
seen
skin?
that before. It was so you were like a superhero and you just like dove into this. I did not know that you were a horse that breathes sand.
I didn't know I was
I
a horse that breathes sand.
I am so impressed.
Is it words out loud, or are you like, nay?
That's a Danny question because it's a spell that I can innately cast.
Because I need to know if Eric is sitting next to you and just heard you say, "I didn't know I was a horse that could breathe sand."
So
Instead, he just hears me going.
I'm not sure which is better.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not either. So actually this is one that I am going to kind of leave up to Paul's artistic interpretation here.
I say we roll for it.
50-50.
All right, what
50. Evens.
Evens and odds.
All right, evens. He speaks normally, and animals can understand him, and he understands animals. Odds. He just speaks with how the animals speak.
I like it.
Evens.
I like it. Did you just roll it as evens?
Yeah. So I just speak normally, but animals can understand me, and I can understand animals.
So Eric has not responded at all to the fact that a butt-ass naked gnome just sat next to him, other than to like be like, is your skin going to be okay? Like, he asks that. He otherwise does not respond to this in any kind of uncomfortable way at all. He's just like more worried about your comfort level. Um, like is that looks like it burns a lot. Do you need something for that?
Yeah, it ain't the worst I've ever had happen to me.
I I will trust your judgment then. And then when you start talking to Quimby, you say, "I didn't know I was a horse with superpowers." Like he just looks over. Excuse me? You you can can you clarify that for me?
Uh, it, I'm trying to have a conversation with my friend right now.
He looks around. Heaven's asleep, or at least resting.
Do you always interrupt people when they have conversations?
I'm terribly sorry. Carry on?
Look at me. How rude.
It's a very, very rude horse. But he did help kill the other things, and that's good. And Thea helped kill the other things. Maybe she's being a better horse now.
Yeah, maybe. I look at the guy and be like, so Quimby tells me that you were able to kill some of the other things.
Oh, the horse?
You're pretty good with that sword?
I'm decent with it, yes. I have a
Okay.
few other little skills too here and there, but primarily I'm a swordsman.
Good to
With
have you along.
relationship. Well, it's good to be here. Thank you for having me. He just kind of nods and it's like it's nice to be in such an interesting group of people.
Sure.
That we are an interesting group of people.
That is the best thing you could say about our group.
Yep. He kind of like he observes for a moment. So are you done talking with Quimby for now? Am I interrupting? I don't want to interrupt, but I don't speak horse.
Oh, no, it's fine.
When did you
Just
learn
don't interrupt the
horse?
conversation. When Quimby and I are talking, you just don't interrupt. You're more than welcome to talk with us if you want.
I don't know that I know how. How did you learn to speak horse?
You just speak to the horse.
He kind
Like
of
how
You
do you
leans
just
speak?
forward.
do it.
Hi, Quimby. How are you? And he kind of sits back, and Quimby just kind of bebops along. you know,
Yeah.
doesn't seem to really like. You could tell that he heard, but he did not understand. So, huh? Can can you say something to him? He just kind of sits there and watches all this.
Yeah, fine. Hey, Quimby, are you thirsty or hungry or anything?
I could really use some water.
Oh, okay. Hey, just hold up a sec. We'll get you some water. Quimby's thirsty. We're going to get some water for him.
His like Eric's eyes get a little bit wide. Huh?
I
That's
uh, I just
a
I just grab my water skin and then jump down towards Quimby and just start like pouring water for Quimby.
does like the weird tooth thing, the strange like horse mouth. Yep, yeah. Um, he is very gracious for the water. Um,
Yeah.
and Eric is deeply impressed by your ability to speak with the animals because he could tell, even though he could not understand what was said back, he could tell that Quimby understood you and responded in horse, in a neigh.
And then I just climb back up and be like, all right, Quimby, let's keep going. Just stay on the rocks.
So there will be a few places where you'll have to deviate off of the rocks, or else we're going to end up going the wrong direction. But I'll try to keep us in the best. Like, this is Eric talking.
Oh,
But I'll try and keep us out of the straight sand for as long as I can.
you
It'll
just
just be
tell Quimby
patches
where to
here and
go.
there. You might have to translate for me. I don't think we understand each other.
I kind of stare at him like weird and be like, Transamawutta?
So, when you speak to Quimby, Quimby understands you.
Yeah.
Uh, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. It sounded like a nay to me, but you acted like it was just the same way I talk.
Well, I
So,
mean, it's
I
a nay, yeah, but it's that's what Quimby. That's how Quimby speaks.
I don't understand the nays, and I don't think that he understands me. So you might have to tell Quimby what I am saying.
Okay. I mean, if you don't know how to speak to horse, I guess I can tell Quimby what you want me to tell them. I guess.
Yeah. And maybe at some point you could maybe you could help try to teach me that. But for right now, you are much better at that than I am. So I will yield to your experience and talent.
Fair enough.
So he will continue on like telling you when you need to change course and things like that. Pretty consistently consulting because it is a pretty broad open space. There are a few landmarks here and there. Especially as you get closer to the mines, you can start seeing these raised areas that
And I
are.
literally don't even touch the reins. I just have the reins sitting there, and every time he says, go left here or do this there, I literally just say it to Quimby and say exactly what to do.
I love that so much. And he observes all of this very keenly and just watches how you interact with Quimby, and is pleasantly impressed by this. Completely,
Anybody in the
completely.
party know that I actually can speak to animals, or does the party has the party just watched me speak to animals and not really understand that I'm actually legitimately speaking with animals?
I don't think we've ever seen you do
I
it.
You just
think
see me like speak to the bumblefuzzes and shake my butt and
Yep,
speak, and, but
I
I
think
don't think I've
Eden
ever.
probably does, because Eden's been with you for quite a while.
Well,
that's true.
sure, but
Eden
this is a
probably knows.
relatively new thing that Paul's been able to do.
Oh, then
Oh,
probably not then.
so Eric might be the first person that realizes you're actually talking to the animals. I love that so much. That's fantastic. Yeah. So he watches very intently and is very interested in how all of this is playing out. And you are seeing some rocky outcroppings and things like that ahead. He points out and says, like, that's where we're going, and you can see a little tent village in the distance, a few miles up. Um, and it
Oh, hey, Quimby,
takes.
you see the little tents and stuff over there? That's where you gotta go.
Oh, it's a village for horses like you, right?
Yeah, and horses like you.
And horses like me. Do you think they'll like me?
Uh, I don't see how they can.
You're so nice. Thank you.
You're
I
welcome,
will
Quimby.
I will try to be a very likable horse.
Good
Kind of.
job so far.
It's a little bit of a prance in his step. as much as he can in his weird little sand shoes. Um, might kind of look like a prance by default, actually. I'm not totally sure how that plays out, but yeah, he kind of prances along. It takes a little while longer. You are able to see throughout the day there are things that kind of crop up uh, in the distance. You can sort of see like sand bats flipping up really quickly, like they're attacking something on the top of the sand and then diving back under. Um, and so you are, however, able to get to Orwin um, without any further attacks upon your your cart. Um, as you pull in, you're able to see it's a pretty busy space, and it's small. I mean, it's still smaller than the town than Song, but for a tent village, it is a place of surprising size. Um, and for you guys, it is after midnight. Is this a good place to wrap up for you? Especially since I know you're really tired, Jason.
I mean, if anybody else wants to keep going, if they want to like, wrap up some stuff in the town, we can certainly do that.
Yeah. Is there anything that anybody would like to RP from like back in the back of the bus, or anything that you want to do first thing when you hit Orwin? Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still
Yep.
there. Um,
Okay, making sure.
I can't think of anything. I've basically just been sort of mm, tending my wounds and recovering a little bit from that one attack.
This is a gnarly one.
It was
It was only
gnarly.
one.
It was only one.
Stefan, are you in the back with us?
No, no, I would have been sitting up front.
Oh, so you stayed up front. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so now you know also that Paul can speak with animals unless you were asleep at the time, which is also possible.
Wasn't sleeping, but it's like I hear him talking to Quimby and I see Quimby sort of acting like he's responding to it and it's like, huh. But I'm not going to say anything.
Oh,
Oh, he can actually speak to horses.
Interesting.
and and Eric just came right out and said it because he finds it deeply fascinating. This is a weird group of people.
It is indeed.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
I guess while it's just the three of us in the back of the cart, um, Eden, are you like sleeping or? 'Cause I know you got
No.
hurt.
I mean, he definitely did take some damage, but he's all right. So he's just sort of playing and singing quietly, unless there's conversation going on specifically.
Well, I would ask, have you talked to Eric? Did he pick up the things that he needed?
Um, I didn't actually have the chance, no, but I assume so. Um, oh, actually, no, because he came back. Did he get his stuff?
Yeah, yeah, he got a significant supply beforehand, and he's actually I think he would have probably asked to have Eden keep it in his bag so that he had to be accountable for because he didn't realize how much of that he was taking. It was almost an automatic response when he was beginning to feel a drop in his energy. So I think he probably would have given that to Eden when he went
Okay,
back to the inn and met him up, so that he actually had to be mentally present asking for it.
right. Yeah, yes, we
That was
have.
going to be my question: was if we needed to get it from him or.
And I assume that since this is such a long trip, Eden probably would have given him one or maybe two, depending on how he's feeling throughout the day.
Yeah, and you can tell like he's trying really hard to not need it. He is very he's approaching this with a bit of a grudge towards the idea that he's even addicted to it to begin with. But you can tell he starts looking kind of pale and well, it's hot outside anyway, but you kind of gather that he might be built for this. Um, but he starts kind of getting really clammy and visibly off.
So he'll make sure that he.
While he's sitting next to me. Oh, I think Danny froze.
Oh, did I freeze? Dang it. Let me see here.
Well, I think we got you back.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm just going to go ahead and turn my camera off. We're pretty close to the end anyway, and I think that that's making my computer work harder than it wants to. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that.
You said he's looking kind of clammy and off.
Yeah, a couple of times through the trip, he starts looking a little bit clammy, and he's pretty, like, he's not super dark complected, but he is kind of tawny. And so he goes significantly, like, visibly paler. A
Hey,
couple
you
of times.
you okay, dude?
I
Are you
don't
sick? You look
feel
sick.
I feel a little unwell. My I he doesn't completely know how to word this. This isn't how something that he's ever had to explain before because he didn't even realize it was happening to him before. Um, he looks at you and says, "I have a condition, I think. I'm just going to be very honest. I I have an addiction to something that is not very good for me, and I did not intend on having this happen. This was not something that I planned or chose. And I'm trying really, really hard to not need it." And he's just really blunt and honest about it. But it's he's visibly struggling physically a bit.
You need like a healing potion or something like that?
I don't think a healing potion works so well. My body's become dependent on the thing that I've been taking. So I'm trying not to take it, but this is the first time that I've realized how much my body has decided it needs it now. I think I just have to wean myself off of it, but I'm trying to go as long as I can before I have to take any.
Hey, I get it. That's a hell of a drug.
What's meth?
They did use that in the trenches.
They would have. He's like his eyebrow goes up. I'm not familiar with that.
It's
Is
just a drug.
just a drug. I don't think that that's what I have been using. I'm honestly a little unsure. I have my suspicions. I know what it is, but I'm not totally positive. But I've not heard of meth before. That's a new one.
Well, it's really good in a fight.
Interesting.
That's
How
not
does
false.
yeah? How does it help you in a fight?
Oh, it just kind of gives you a boost of energy.
Maybe I am addicted to meth.
Maybe they
I,
call it different from where you come from.
that's possible. Where do you come from?
Hmm? Oh, all over.
Huh. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Poor
Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah. There are times that he's such a chaos engine, and then there are times that I just want to give him a hug because he's such a mess. Um, uh, so have you ever been addicted to anything like this?
Oh no, never.
He kind of he blushes a little bit and kind of leans back. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad. Um,
Yeah, you're definitely not an alcoholic.
yeah, not even a little. um, yeah, he quiets for a long minute, and would you have given him Eden, would you have given him things to take like at the just the beginning of the day, or um
Probably not at the beginning of the day, like just throughout the day. Every once in a while, he'll check on him
like one at a
and
time?
see when. Yeah, yeah,
Would you
Okay.
have given it to him while Paul was there? Because if Paul sees that, he's going to be very interested on what that is.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. Will Paul is there.
Oh yeah, what's that you got there?
Um so
Herbal.
I thought that this was an herbal stimulant, effectively, something to give you energy when you are beginning to lag behind. Sometimes what I have done for a living requires uh, long periods of being awake and engaged, and it is sometimes a difficult thing for me to continue on for several hours at a time. So it's nice to have something to help with that.
Does it feel good?
Yes.
Paul, I can't give you any.
Wait, what? Why not?
Because it is very expensive and it is a drug that will potentially do you harm.
Yeah, if you don't want to be addicted to it, I wouldn't recommend it. I didn't realize that this was something that was happening.
Oh, this is the thing. This is the addiction thing. This is the meth
Hmm.
stuff.
It's not just an herbal thing, it turns
Oh,
out.
I don't think it's meth, Paul. I don't think they have meth here.
Oh, they're missing out. Meth is. Ooh.
Hmm.
Huh. Some things are sort of falling into place.
This is I'm intrigued to learn more, but I don't want to
So why
pry.
are you still taking it if it's addicting and you don't want to take it anymore?
He like his clammy pale self just sort of looks over at you. I don't know how safe it is to just not take it at all of the sudden. Um, what was it
I
that
mean, if
you
it's
tried?
bad for you, just stop taking it.
So, Paul, you know what happened to the soldiers who stopped taking meth, yes?
No.
Uh, the withdrawals were extreme and often could be fatal, particularly if they were receiving large doses at one time.
Withdrawals?
Oh, sorry, withdrawals. I forgot I was going to drop the accent for today. Yeah, the withdrawals.
No, no, that's Paul being like
Oh,
withdrawals.
uh, yeah, it's what happens to your body when you stop taking certain substances that it is used to. It causes headaches oftentimes in smaller things and can cause severe side effects.
Oh, you mean like a hangover?
A hangover that happens when you don't drink, yes.
Yeah, I'll just drink more and then I don't have the hangover anymore.
Yeah, more and more falls into place the more you talk. I
So, oh,
understand.
I think I get it. Okay, so you're taking it because you don't want to have the hangover, right?
Because this
Yes.
hangover could kill him.
Yes, that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to take less and less of it so that I just don't have to anymore because I wouldn't have a hangover anyway. So, we're working on that, apparently.
Yeah,
Seems like a lot of work. I would just take it. I mean, if it's not killing you, just why not?
it
Um,
probably is though.
yeah, I'm not sure that it's not killing me, so and if I'm being completely honest, I am particularly angry that I was taking this without knowing that I was taking anything that would do this to me. Um, that means that I was deceived, and I don't particularly appreciate that.
Oh, someone lied to you?
Eden's gonna like sort of look back over his shoulder at Thea.
Um, yes, they lied at me to get me to buy more and more expensive
Well, who
products.
did that?
Well, it was a fellow that we have sicked your lawmaker friend on um, for dealing illegal drugs. It was someone that I thought was friendly with me at one point. It turns out he's just been bleeding my income dry so that I couldn't really get out of this place.
It sounds to me like we need to go and kill that guy.
His eyes widen.
I tend to
Hmm.
agree with you on this, Paul, but we are on a little bit of a time crunch with the whole like um what did you call him? Uh, bird person? No, dragon person? No. What did Paul call Cochet?
Oh,
Oh,
I
crap.
forgot now.
Crochet, the Dragon Wizard, or something like that.
Something like,
Yeah,
oh,
what?
that bothers me. Ah, I want to remember. Yeah, it's kind of like Dragon Wizard, like centric sort of area. If you
Yeah,
throw a
like
dart at that, it's somewhere in that general region.
Yeah,
well,
we're
I'll tell
sort
you
of
what. If we get done, when we get done with this guy, if you want us to go find this guy who tricked you, you just let me know and I'll take care of that.
Wow, really? You would do that?
I mean, you fought with us and you're helping lead us through the desert. Like,
Wow. Um, maybe it's a good thing that there's a little bit of time that you have more important things, because it'll give me a chance to really think about whether that's what I want to have happen or not. I would be lying
sure.
if I said that the idea of wringing his neck until he no longer breathes is not appealing to me. But I also feel like I want to have a cooler head before I make that decision final. So, as much as I can, if I'm not going to be a hindrance given my current condition, um, I will help you with what you need assistance with. Um, and will definitely let you know how my feelings on the matter shift.
Whatever floats your boat. I'm just saying, killing your enemies. Very few things are more fun.
I mean, I've not really sought out for that, if I'm being
Oh, you're
completely
missing out,
honest.
buddy.
But what was that?
I said you're missing out, buddy.
Um, he he definitely has a look on his face like I'm not so sure that I am, but also you can absolutely tell that in this specific case, the idea is an appealing one. Uh, he is particularly upset at this person, not just for what happened to himself, but the implication at what it has probably done to many others as well. So,
Well,
um,
I'm here if you need me. Just let me know.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Paul. You are an interesting and very I'm glad to know you.
Fair enough.
Eden just
And
sort of smiles and is like, "Good. Finally, somebody that I've introduced Paul to that likes Paul."
it might have taken 12 years, but finally. I love it. That's awesome. Um, yeah, anything that you guys are dealing with beyond that? Any other conversations in the I almost called it the shaggin. Wrong thing. That's a different game. Uh in the back of the wagon, any questions being asked, answered, whatever.
I want to cast Identify on the drugs. Just
Okay.
the drugs.
So there are like herbal stimulants and things like that in there, but oh goodness, what is happening? Something weird is happening with my computer, guys. Sorry. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
still here.
Okay. Adobe Creative Cloud is deciding that there is a problem that it needs to resolve right this second.
You cast
And
identify, and you see it as pseudoephedrine, ephedrine,
there we go. Okay.
bleach.
Yeah.
I don't know what other
Rat
Psilocybin.
poison,
rat poison.
Sudafed.
Yeah, it's pretty much kind of like one of those emergency with caffeine sort of things. Otherwise, like there's some actual like genuinely decent healing herbs, although it's kind of a crap quality. Along with some caffeine like stimulants, but also there is a very corrupted version of the drug that the man was selling in Two Rivers Run.
The memories from the world
Yeah,
from
Oh crap!
Bullying. Yeah.
yeah. It is a rougher, less refined, uh, and very potent version of that. That is effectively like laced into this compound. So that is what you're looking at with that.
And Paul never got to try the dream
No.
juice.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
darn.
Although now Scylla or Thea has kind of seen what can happen if you take some and that wasn't even anywhere close to an OD level of taking it. But you have gotten to see somebody who has had to recover from it, uh, from a dosage of it. So that is what. Yeah, that is what that is. Um, and Scylla is very like she dotes on Eden quite a bit because she just saw him get paralyzed and harmed, and she'll like try and tend his wounds and all of that good stuff. Um, and she'll
Eden
respond
hams
very
it up.
close, as you do. And she will be very very interested in anything that Thea is saying as far as her interest in the drugs and any questions that she ends up asking. She's going to pay close attention to Thea's line of questioning and take interest in the answers, and particularly with when you did the identify to see what was going on there. Um, It's Heffen, other than resting and kind of engaging now and then with driving again, anything like that? Anything particular that you're paying attention to?
Mm, nothing I can think of, no.
Okay. Any other particular questions or conversations happening?
Not from
Okay.
Paul.
Yeah. So there's some small talk here and there, like people. Scylla's very curious about Thea and asks a lot of questions because she's trying to get to uh know people better. Um. Oh crap! She got you guys gifts, and now I don't remember what she got you. She is going to give you a gift. I forget what it is, so I'm gonna have to tell you later. I have it written down somewhere, but I have to find it.
You got us more gifts. I like her.
Or gifts? Did we get gifts from her already?
She gave me a book.
Well, okay.
Oh, actually, I think that was what I was thinking of. I think I just forgot
Okay.
that she already gave it to you. Yeah, so and she got Paul something too. I'm not sure if she's actually had a chance to give it to him yet or not. I forget. But I'll double check on that so that I can uh go back over that next time. Um but yeah, she made sure that she brought all of you guys little gifts. Um Possibly just to ease some of the awkwardness of having her just suddenly appear. Uh, because she knew that that would be a little strange, but she's being very pleasant and trying to get to know Thea better, and
And
asking a lot of
Crom.
questions. Oh yeah, and Crom, I kind of forget he's here.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah,
not.
yeah, it's a thing. Um, so yeah, um, and then as you get into Orwin, you can see, uh, the sun is beginning to set a little bit. There's like a tavern tent, and there's a lot of other people just have the tents where they're staying up. There are places where the minerals are being collected, anything like that. It's kind of a raucous place, and it's surprisingly large for a little tent village. Um, and they have like little miniature versions of most of the things that Song would have had. Kind of crappier quality, not nearly as much option of anything. Um, no brothels here. Usually, it's like just working people here, as far as like miners and the people that are um, helping pull in anything to just make their lives a little bit easier. Um, so just really hardworking miners that are getting off of their shifts and having a as much of a relaxed good time as they are able to in minor conditions, you know. It's a little bit raucous, little bit of a party town atmosphere just because if you work that hard, there's a little bit of an obligation to play hard enough to make it feel like it's worth it.
Sure.
So that is what you're currently kind of writing into. So that might be a decent place to pick up, unless there is anything that you would like to engage with at the moment.
No, I think that's a good spot.
Yeah, because we're getting pretty close to 1 for you guys, so
Yeah.
uh,
We
you
just
should
passed
sleep.
we just passed a 4-hour recording too, so
Yeah, you guys should sleep.
I'm gonna cut the recording here.
Yeah.